opening the debate on vote number 13. I take this opportunity to humbly invite the MEC for Social Development in the province of KwaZulu-Natal to present her budget speech, and she is allocated 45 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you and greetings to yourself, Honorable Speaker, the Chairperson of Finance Portfolio Committee. Greetings to the Honorable Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, Honorable Sihle Zikalala, the Speaker of the Legislature, Honorable Boyce, Honorable members of the Provincial Legislature, Honorable Chairperson of the Social Development Portfolio Committee, Mrs. Nonzwakazi Swarboy, our labor unions, distinguished guests, members of the media present, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor and privilege to table this budget speech to this august house on behalf of Social Development KwaZulu-Natal. Chairperson, we present this budget during a very difficult time in our province as we are counting the costs and are still reeling from the devastation caused by the recent floods. These floods experienced last month led to untold damage, massive loss of lives, and the loss of property and livelihood. Thousands of people were also displaced in the process, whilst massive infrastructure damages were also reported. Currently, 58 NGOs and NPOs and private sponsors are looking at 97 shelters who are providing services to displaced people. We would like to thank all those who came forward with any kind of assistance to help to alleviate the plight of the people who were hit hard by the floods. Big corporates such as Old Mutual and National Lotteries, faith-based organizations and government entities came on board to form partnership with the department in providing the relief to flood victims. To those good Samaritans who played a significant role in the provision of humanitarian relief, include trade unions, trade union movements such as COSATU, who donated 500,000 worth of food, and the Public Service Association, PSA, also extended a helping hand. And recently, these floods have attracted even the international countries. We've been joined by Ambassador Weteki just to give a hand. Our thoughts and prayers are with the bereaved families and those families still searching for their loved ones. We are confident that efforts to resuscitate the economy and the livelihood will bear fruits, allowing this great province to rise again. Our commitment for the year ahead is that we will lift the vulnerable as we rise. Being on the side of the vulnerable has always been the core principle of the African National Congress, the party under whose mandate we serve. Formed 110 years ago, the movement sought to dismantle the unjust laws which subjugated many to poverty and inequality, which further denied them any chance of reaching their true potential. 110 years later, we are still confronted by challenges of poverty and inequality. These are now compounded by the challenges of COVID-19, a sluggish economy, and climate change, among others. We are pleased to continue on the path of our forebears and stand with the most vulnerable in our society through this time of need. Honorable members, we will lift as we rise. We will lift the people from the bondage of poverty. We will lift the women from the challenges associated with gender-based violence. We will lift vulnerable children from the shackles of poverty and shackles of abuse. We will lift as we rise. Honorable members, the floods compounded the dire socio-economic conditions precipitated by the COVID-19 pandemic and the civil unrest of July 2021. This has led to many of our citizens, particularly the poor and vulnerable, experiencing a myriad of challenges. In all these tragic incidents, many families lost their loved ones, many of whom were breadwinners in those families. Thousands of jobs were also lost. These challenges have increased the demand for social development services and the reliance on government support. It must be mentioned that this has been happening against the backdrop of a sluggish economy and competing priorities, which place more demand on fiscal resources. Despite all the challenges we face as the social development, we remain committed to serving the people of KwaZulu-Natal. Allow me, honorable members, to congratulate Team DSD for the gold medals we received at the 7th National Batupile Excellence Awards ceremony. We received, Honorable Chair, the gold medals on the following categories: Best Frontline Employee, Best General Worker, Best Responsive Government Institution. Can I repeat that? Best Responsive Government Institution. Overall, the last one was overall Best 7th Batupile Winner of the Year. And for your information, Chair, those were national awards. The achievement of the 4 gold awards at national came after the department also bagged 14 awards in the Premier Excellence Award a week before. So siyakuba social development for the fact that they were able ukungenelela kulama awards. Abantwana bami bakhombise i-confidence kumsebenzi abawenzayo and bakhombise i-dedication kumsebenzi abawenzayo. Keep it up, HOD ne-team yakho. Siyabonga kakhulu umsebenzi omuhle enwenzayo ukunikeza i-service kubantu bakithi. Honorable Chairperson, you will recall that last year, when we tabled the budget, we did so under the theme, leaving no one behind. This year, we reaffirm that commitment, we want to reaffirm that commitment and further commit to our work with all citizens to rebuild lives and livelihoods while continuing to support the most vulnerable. As we are being confronted by new and complex challenges, we cannot fold arms and wallow in despair, particularly in the Social Development Department. As a department, we understand that the prevailing circumstances place an added responsibility on us. This is because we carry the hopes and aspirations of the most vulnerable in our society. Honorable members, the National Development Plan Vision 2030 remains the overarching blueprint that continues to guide the policy priorities of the department. You will recall, Chair, that the NDP accords a central role to social protection in addressing the challenges of multidimensional poverty, unemployment, and inequality in order to improve the quality of life of South Africans. This is where the social development sector plays a pivotal role because its mandate is to provide social protection services and lead the government's effort to forge partnership through which vulnerable groups and communities become capable and self-reliant participants in the development of themselves and society. Honorable Chairperson, this budget reaffirms our commitment to improve the quality of lives of vulnerable groups in our province, which consists of children, youth, women, older persons, persons with disabilities, military veterans, and as well as LGBTIQ+ and farm workers and dwellers. The gender responsive planning, budgeting, monitoring, evaluation and auditing framework, which was approved by the Cabinet in 2019, equips us to channel our collective wisdom and efforts towards improving the quality of lives of vulnerable groups. Guided by the revised 2019-2024 medium-term strategic framework, this budget seeks to provide minimum resources that will enable the department to lead multi-sectoral efforts that contribute towards consolidating the social wage through reliable and quality basic services. In line with the MTSF Priority 4, this budget is aimed at financing the priorities of the department, which are geared towards transforming the social welfare sector, strengthening community development, interventions, and capitalizing on digital transformation. The department was heavily impacted by the equitable share budget cuts. Isibuleleke leyo. Isishaye below the belt, relating to both compensation of employees ikakhulu and fiscal consolidation, which were implemented during 2021-2022 MTEF. The cuts reduced mainly 2022 to 2023 financial year by 425.2 million. And 2023-2024, it will reduce by 568.2 million. That is huge cut. The bulk of these cuts affected the compensation of employees.
Okay. No, that's good stuff. You know, you continue with your studies. Okay, bye.
Can we request honorable members and their friends to stick to the rules that were read before the start of this engagement? So this the opening of the microphones is disturbing the presentation by the MEC for Social Development. Can we all comply, please? I hope the seconds and minutes that are affected will not be lost to the MEC. I'm sorry, MEC, for that interruption.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu, Chairperson. The bulk of these cuts affected the compensation of employees by 327.9 million during 2022-2023. That is a great cut. And 404.4 million during 2023-2024, which impacted even the budget for warm bodies. And this will result in the department not being able to pay the salaries of about 800 employees. And the budget, when the cuts were done, it was not communicated. There were no negotiations. It was just cut, affecting the current serving employees. Furthermore, the expanded public works program, EPWP grant, which was 48.1 million during the 2020-2021 financial year, has been reduced as well. Further, from 42.5 million in 2021-2022 to 37.6 million. This grant caters for the kodwa kwabonakala ukuthi we need to put them under equitable share ngoba we cannot do without them, and nabo ubukhona babo siyakubabisa kwile department. Non-profit organizations play an important role in the delivery of services for the department. They are an extension of government to reach communities which otherwise we would not have reached, to further provide financial support to NPOs and cushion them against the rising costs, and additional funding of 41 4.4 million in 2022-2023 and 72.9 million in 2023-2024 and 86.7 million in 2024-2025 is allocated against transfers and subsidies to non-profit institutions. Bengilindele ngithi ama NPOs azoyiqhwabela ihlombe lendaba. Inkulu kakhulu because since the 5% will be added kuma NPOs. Ama NPOs wethu have played a major role during COVID-19, during civil unrest, and during a disaster esibhekene nayo. They are making us proud as social development. And these funds are allocated to fund NPOs that are already contracted by the department and to maintain transfers that flow to these NPOs. Honorable Chairperson, the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, Honorable Sihle Zikalala, and the Provincial Executive Council mandated our department to accelerate the paradigm shift from social welfare to social development. In our engagements with different sectors of society, we realized that there was a misunderstanding as to what this paradigm shift entails. Some thought that it means we must stop rendering social welfare services. We then developed a concept document to forge a common understanding. As a result, there is a general understanding now that moving to a social development approach does not mean discarding welfare services. It means moving away from a welfare system that fosters dependence on aid to a social development model that pays equal attention to development interventions. In order to promote social transformation and gender self-reliance and empower citizens to climb out of the poverty trap. Having forged such a conceptual understanding, Chairperson, with this sector, the department now focuses on developing a strategy and an implementation plan for accelerating the transition from a social welfare approach to social development model. Some work has begun in this regard. However, the strategy is being finalized, which will be presented very soon before the Provincial Cabinet. While this is happening, this has not stopped us from implementing developmental programs. We have implemented more of the developmental programs just to cushion abantu bakithi. Social welfare services consist of care and support services to older persons as well, and people with disabilities, as well as HIV and AIDS and social relief of distress. Services to older persons has been allocated 191.7 million. Services offered by the department seek to promote and maintain the status rights, well-being and security of older persons, and also combat their abuse. The department will continue to provide integrated care and support services in residential facilities and community-based care centers. The department has also converted KwaZulu-Natal Daycare Center for older persons into a residential facility with a cost of 623,537,000. In this financial year, this new residential facility will be handed over. Leyo besiyenza to curb the scourge of gender-based violence and the rape of ogogo laphaya KwaZulu-Natal. We have set aside approximately 37 million for this purpose, which is Umshwathi in Umgungundlovu district to serve neighboring districts. We would like to thank the Gumisa traditional leadership for this generous donation of the land. Laphaya eMshwathi ke sizoyakha siqhubeke. Sizo extenda as much as siyenzilele sayishintsha yathatha abantu abancane kodwa sizo extenda senze a provincial structure ezothatha mostly abantu basemgungundlovu. Le nkosi yakwagcumisa ke isinidonatele umhlaba lokho sizokwenza with speed. Equally, the department's plan to build another old age home center in Herigwala district will go ahead. Siyabona ukuthi ogogo kufanele babe priority ezimpilweni zethu. Under services persons with disabilities, which is allocated 164.1 million, persons with disability were provided with integrated care and support services in residential facilities and community-based care centers, including protective workshops. Such services will continue in the 2022-2023 financial year. The Disability Empowerment Mainstreaming Approach project that was implemented in Ilembe, which seeks to strengthen support groups for parents and caregivers of children with disability, will be rolled out to other. The Vumani Sabelo Special School in Newcastle has been assisted with a specialized multimedia center in commemoration of the Disability Rights Awareness Month. In partnership with MTN, and 22 disability-friendly computers were donated to 22 children with disability. I wish the portfolio committee can go and see at that center. Lapaya, there are computers. Amanye awo akwenza kube lula for even umntwana ongaboni emehlweni. Uthi mayeyicofa kube khona i-message emtshelayo ukuthi akenzeni. It is just wonderful. For HIV and AIDS, which has been allocated 224.5 million, the department funded 221 NPOs that render home and community-based care and support services to people infected and affected by HIV and AIDS. Social and behavior change programs were implemented in all KZN districts. These programs included government capacity building and support initiatives, which are funded by the United States President's Emergency Plan for AIDS relief and United States Agency for International Development. The department will continue working with Lama NPOs. Under social relief of distress, zoyazi kahle le ngiyacabanga imiphakathi yakithi iyazi kahle kakhulu lawo ama-food parcels lawo abawashoyo. Kodwa it's not food parcels per se. We deliver groceries to ama-needy families. This time around, it is allocated 23.6 million. The department provided SRP through a hybrid model that utilizes vouchers, food relief packages, and other interventions to mitigate undue hardship caused by adverse socio-economic effects, including disasters such as COVID-19 pandemic, the recent floods, and other undeclared emergencies among the DTD. Through additional funding from the Provincial Treasury, 40 million worth of food relief packages were provided to 53,255 needy families, totaling about 309,530 people. In this current financial year, or during this current financial year, the department will continue to conduct profiling to ensure the services are rendered to needy families. We must state this upfront. The SRD budget for this financial year is very limited compared to the huge demand to assist our communities, especially as of now we are faced with the flood disasters. Under children and families, which is program 3, it is allocated the great chunk, which is 1,128.1 million. Ladies and gentlemen, the Children and Families Program consists of the care and support services for families, child care and protection services, and partial care, child and youth care centers, as well as community-based care services for children. Under care and services to families, it has been allocated 17.1 million. The family is the foundation of society. society. Various programs were implemented to build cohesive families. National and international days were commemorated to raise awareness of family life and prevent vulnerability. Boys' assemblies were held in 9 districts. About 767 young men were mobilized to fight against gender-based violence and femicide. Through the integrated boys program, 1,231 boys were reached. Under men championing change and rock leadership programs were implemented, and 1,918 men were mobilized to address domestic violence. Fatherhood programs were implemented, and in all districts to mobilize men to play an active role in raising children. Siyathanda ukuthi obaba basibambise, and obaba siyabafundisa ke nokuthi udilwa kanjani umuntu udila kanjani ne-anger, udila kanjani nokwaliwa, i-rejection. Kufanele obaba bazi ukuthi uma intombi ithi ayisakufuni umuntu alisahlangani, ubaba azi ukuthi udila kanjani naleyo nto, angezi ukuzokhiphela ukushisa emndenini wakhe. Furthermore, the department launched the mother-to-daughter dialogue, which is central to preserving the family unit. Uma ubheka, honorable member, we are touching all corners. Ngoba sidila nabantwana besifazane, sidilwa nabantwana besilisa. We also extended our reach to rural areas in an effort to engage traditional leaders to actively play a role in raising bold children and to be responsible to fight patriarchy. Kulokhu ke sikwenze sabambisana, besikwenza kakhulu sibambisana nongangezwelana, inkosi isilo esikhothele. His Majesty committed himself in leading from the front in the fight against GBV. We had a clear commitment with Ungangezwelakhe to visit wonke izindawo zamakhosi across the province to deal with such pandemic in communities. In this financial year, we will be piloting the partnership in Kwanangoma, in the Zululand district, and roll out to other districts. Our commitments also involve creating knowledge on the stages of life that boys must pass before becoming involved with those abantu abadala and everything. Under child care and protection services, which is allocated 421.5 million, in collaboration with relevant stakeholders, the department rendered various child and care and protection services. These include the management of child abuse cases and adoption services, monitoring school performance of children in alternative care systems, supporting children care protection forums in all districts, as well as facilitating the screening of stakeholders that work with children for clearance in the child protection register. Provision of these services will be maintained. As yazi ukuthi umuntu mayizosebenzisana nabantwana kufanele askrinwe kakhulu, bonke abantu abasebenzisana very close nabantwana kube abantu abazokwazi ukuprotect abantwana. Sijabulele kakhulu ukukhona kule budget speech ba MEC for education as sihambisa le function to education. Honorable MEC Shengwe, we value your presence and support. The provincial adoption assessment panels will be conducted monthly as per the approved schedule to ensure that there are no delays in issuing the Children's Act Section 239 approval for adoptable children. The reduction of foster care backlog remains a priority. To this end, the department will continue to monitor closely the reduction of foster care backlog and adhere to the time frames in terms of reporting on the North Gauteng High Court order. Our province has the highest number of teenage pregnancy cases. As a result, we will continue profiling teenage parents to understand the causes of teenage pregnancy, prevent teenage pregnancy, provide psychosocial support, and develop strategies in partnership with the Department of Health and the Department of Education. Bathembisile ukusibambisa kakhulu to address the challenges. Parenting programs will be implemented with the identified young fathers and mothers to create a sense of joint responsibility in terms of parenting. These programs and services will be rendered taking into consideration promotion of access to information, UPAYA, as well as protection of personal information Act, UPOPIA, so that personal information is protected. However, at the same time, addressing issues of fathers that are adults, baba beyokhulelisa abantwana, hayi kubi kakhulu. We also want to ensure that those old men who continue to impregnate children get arrested. And we mean it. The program will help us to be able to know who are the fathers of these young ones. Especially uthola ukuthi obaba abantwana bethu bakhulelwa at the tender age from 9 years to 14 years. That is statutory. Especially under ECD and partial care. Uzomangala nje umshengu ukuthi ECD usangenaphi kule budget. During it has been allocated 98.1 million. Ile ayifunayo baba umshengu. But you understand baba umshengu ukuthi during 2021 and 2022 financial year, just below 250,000 children received ECD services, of which 182 of them were children with disabilities. They are still our responsibility as a department. Children with disabilities. They are in our NPOs. They are in our care. This includes children who received ECD services through ECD mobile programs in deeply rural areas and farming communities. The department also received additional funds for Presidential Youth Employment Initiative Fund. These funds were transferred to NPOs to be utilized for the employment risk support in both registered and unregistered facilities. In line with the ECD function shift that was pronounced by His Majesty President Cyril Ramaphosa in his 2019 SONA, the department transferred about 3,511 ECD centers and 63 social workers and 7 support staff to the KwaZulu-Natal Department of Education with effect from the 1st of April 2021. We did make a transfer of the funds as well. The special focus will be on improving the registration of partial care sites and monitoring the delivery of services in those facilities. Under child care, child and youth care centers, about 296.8 million is allocated. The department provided financial and management support to 64 CYCCs that are managed by the NPOs. This support will continue in the current year. Special attention will be on monitoring the CYCCs in line with the 5 priorities of the Nawonga High Court judgment. Residential programs for children with severe and profound disruptive behavior disorders will be piloted at KwaPata CYCC as part of implementing the Nawonga High Court judgment. Masikhuluma ngabantwana who have this severe and profound disruptive behavior disorders. Honorable Chair, sisho abantwana ofika ngiyafisa ukuthi futhi i-portfolio committee ikihambele khona izibonele abantwana abangakwazi ukuzenzela lutho abathi abazali babo mabeke banikezwa bona during holidays bathi abazali athi umzali ngicela nizomlanda angikwazi ukuhlala naye. omunye u-disruptive ngendlela yokuthi ushaya noma yini esondezwa kuyena athi at least nina social development you have a way to deal with him or her. Under community-based care and services to children, which is allocated 114.3 million, the department implemented Receiver program, formerly known as ECB model, in partnership with stakeholders. Receiver is a Tonga name word for resilience. The Receiver program is a community-based child protection program aimed at protecting orphans and vulnerable children, some of whom are living in child and youth program households, as well as those living and working on the streets. Close to 50,000 orphans and vulnerable children received community-based care and support through the Receiver program. Training was provided to 381 youth care workers. The Restorative Services Program, which is a program 4, which has been allocated 431.3 million under Social Crime Prevention and Support Subcommittee. It is allocated 150.5 million. Secure care services for children awaiting trial were rendered in 4 state-managed secure care centers. Officials were trained on the probation case management systems to optimize the implementation of Child Justice Act. La siyakhumbula ukuthi abantwana who has been in conflict with the law bangabantwana bethu. Noma ngabe nokucabana kangakanani nomthetho, kodwa asikwazi lo mntwana ukuvumela ukuthi ayobekwa ejele nabantu abadala, ngoba angaphuma lo mntwana esefunde izinto ezizomshintsha impilo yakhe complete. So they belong to us as social development. Tablets and data lines were secured for probation officers and supervisors to improve operational efficiency. The department will continue to provide secure care services and train officials on probation practice guidelines and quality assurance matters in the current financial year. Master trainers were trained on the anti-gang strategy to deal with gang-related challenges in the Amajuba district. There were gangsters who called themselves the last warning. Asikwazi ukubukela singabazali, asikwazi ukubukela social development. Ilezo mali ke esizidingayo ukuthi sikwazi ukuyokhanda i-strategy to deal with them. And sesibavakashelile several times, siyaxoxisana nabo ukuthi badinwe yini, basiwonisha kangakanje bathi bangama-last warning, badinwe yini. The process of accreditation, diversion program and service providers will be completed during the current financial year. Under Victim Empowerment Program, sub-program, which is allocated 102.1 million in partnership with the relevant stakeholders, the department continued to implement the Provincial Strategy Plan for Gender-Based Violence and Femicide with a special focus on Pillar 4, care, support and healing. The special focus was in high-risk areas of Inanda, Umzumbe, Sunduzi and Nongo. Psychosocial support services to victims of gender-based violence were rendered through 31 white door centers, 8 Tutuzela care centers, 94 SEP centers, 14 crisis care centers and 23 shelters. Of the 23 shelters, 2 of them are for men. Sinamadoda mayidinile ezwa kubuhlungu ukudila nezimo emndenini bangadecide ukubulala wokumndeni bamabeze to us, to our shelters, sizokwazi ukuxoxisana nabo sizwe ukuthi baxakwe yini. And our 4 have been designated for victims of trafficking. Abantwana bethu siyabona bayathuthwa umihla namalanga, trafficking, for ukuthi bayokwenziwa ama-sex slaves, abanye bayosebenza agricultural lands. Various awareness campaigns were held to educate the public about gender-based violence and femicide. Various forms of media were utilized to spread the message against gender-based violence and femicide. We engage in an inaugural dialogue in an effort to empower them. We engage in an effort to empower them to play their active role on to deal with gender-based violence. The KwaZulu-Natal province collaborated with the United Nations agencies and trained 108 social workers in trauma debriefing management by social workers. It is unfortunate that asikwazi ukuqasha more social workers due to the budget cuts. Prevention initiatives will be ongoing as gender-based violence is a 365 days program. The establishment of additional sectors to victims of crime and violence will be finalized, thereby increasing the total number of shelters to 25. Efforts that are aimed at exploiting economic empowerment opportunities for women who are victims of gender-based violence will be sustained, and ensuring that victims of gender-based violence are offered both psychosocial support, skills programs, entrepreneurship development, startup packs. Asisaba training esibashile, siyabanikeza ama-startup packs so that bakwazi ukuthi mabephuma la bakwazi ukusebenza. Okade etrainer ukwenza ugesi siyamnikeza izinto akwazi ukuzisebenzisa. Under substance abuse prevention, treatment and rehabilitation, which is allocated to 99.7 million, the Provincial Anti-Substance Abuse Forum was resuscitated and launched by the Honourable Premier. The department will continue to convene the Provincial Forum on quarterly basis. Anti-substance abuse treatment centers were rendered through 3 state-managed treatment centers. Saka amanye treatment centers esizowavula maduzane. The establishment of 2 new treatment centers eSogubini naseLembe will be fast-tracked in this financial year. These will cost amount of 130 million when completed. Capacity building workshops on substance abuse was conducted at University of Technology. Nakhona sihambisa ama-programs wethu. Ukimoja le ethi ngilungile, I'm okay without using drugs. Program yethu. Under development and research, which is program 5, it has been allocated 262.1 million. The development and research program seeks to provide sustainable development programs which facilitate empowerment to communities based on empirical research and demographic information. Under this program, community mobilization, 2.6 million is allocated. The department will continue to mobilize communities in line with the community mobilization. Institutional capacity building and support, which is allocated 17.056 million, a total of 4,948 non-profit organizations were capacitated on organizational development in all districts. About 3,511 ECDs, NPOs that were transferred to the Department of Education, Honourable Shengu, as per the ECD function shift, will continue to receive the capacity building as NPOs. Over continuously, our NPOs fall under our heads. So we'll continue to monitor them. Poverty alleviation and sustainable livelihood, which is allocated 19.4 million. This program is a catalyst to ensuring implementation of sustainable livelihood. Honourable Chairperson, we have seen the department which continues to provide access to eligible beneficiaries of 14 29 CNDCs, which are spread across bonke omasipala in KZN. Under program community-based research and planning, 1.081 million is allocated. Community-based research and planning, increasing, becoming a definite instrument to determine the needs of the different communities for development as part of transition from welfare to community development. Nakhona, the shortage of social workers and other professionals like community development. Uma ubheka, we have more of social workers in our center services as opposed to community development workers. So without this manpower, we might not be able to achieve what we are looking at, developmental side. Under youth development, which is allocated 57.05 million, the department is firmly committed to advance the development needs of the young people in the province, as they are the ones who are severely affected. In October 2021, we officially opened the Wentworth Youth Development Center in Wentworth, constructed to the tune of 51.2 million. It is a state-of-the-art. And the Bush Youth Development Center in Newcastle costed 3.7 million. In the next few months, the department will be opening another state-of-the-art development center in Oakwin, Yona is 28.6 million. As we speak, the center is completed and we are busy installing the equipment and furniture. We also have the partnership Namajuba, SID, Olozi, Amative colleges. So Siyakuba Asmanga. Under women development, Yona is allocated 18.017 million. We understand that women bear the brunt of socio-economic shocks suffered by communities and households. The picture of suffering as a result of COVID-19, the civil unrest, is actually nabo mama. But on top of that, since they show ukuthi mama siyabanikeza la support. Kunama NPOs nama cooperatives mama esiwanikezile uxhaso. Abanye sibasize kwezolimo, abanye sabasiza ngezinjini zokuchelela, abanye sabasiza ngebakery equipment. Bawo mama abasizwa ngetraining as of now. As part of implementing the population promotion policy, we allocated 5.2 million. As part of we implement and to respond to the growing scourge of gender-based violence. Yikho-ke salontsha i-colloquium eyayithi why men are ill, so that one day that can be debated in the house. In summary, Chairperson, i-budget yethu yehle kakhulu. Looking from the 21-22, it was 3.698 billion 571. It was 3,698,571 million. Today, it is said to say that it is 3,198,281. Honorable members, as we conclude, we want to express our confidence that our province will rise again. The resilience of our people has shown time and again that we are able to rise from the worst of circumstances and disasters, just like we were able to rise from the devastation of violence of the 1980s and early 90s and the devastation of HIV and AIDS in the late 90s. We will again rise. What this requires is that all of us rally behind the efforts led by the Honorable President Ramaphosa and Honorable Premier Sihle Zikalala. It also requires that we rise above race, religion, and party politics. For civil servants, especially those in this department, it means responding swiftly, Bantabam, and accordingly. to all those who are affected, ensuring that psychosocial support is received by all those in need. For the general citizenry, it requires ensuring that environment in our communities is enabling to social workers and community development practitioners and child and youth care workers for them to do their work. Sesibone ngesinye isikhathi baya-hijackwa izimoto, bephucwe izimoto, behamba beyokwenza umsebenzi. It will certainly require us as department to double our efforts, and this can all be done. As the late former President Nelson Mandela said, it always seems impossible until it is done. Uthi ubaba uMandela, it always seems impossible until it is done. Let us all get to work. It can be done. Honorable members, I would like to express my gratitude to my organization, the ANC, for affording me such an opportunity to serve the people of this province. To women of this province, especially my political home, the ANC Women's League, and progressive women groups, your support is noticed all the time. We thank you. To the Honorable Premier, Mr. Zikalala, thank you for allowing me to serve among the best in your cabinet. To all oversight committees, the Social Development Portfolio Committee and all members, thank you for always guiding us. Always guiding us and keeping us in check all the time. I cannot leave my family, Ubaba Khoza nabantwana, for agreeing that I continue to serve the nation. Thank you, Babu Khoza. To the head of department, Mkhathini Njamanzi. To the head of department, Umama Unelsiwe Vilakazi, and the entire workforce in the department, we appreciate your dedication, Bantwana Bam, to making our nation, to making our work easier and even work when even MEC have to shout you, but you all stand up and you stand the test of time. As I quote when Martin Luther said, no working is insignificant. All labor that uplifts humanity has dignity and importance and should be undertaken with painstaking excellence. Let us all continue with the same attitude and zeal to serve the people of KwaZulu-Natal at all times. I thank you.
Siyabonga kakhulu ku-MEC we-Social Development KwaZulu-Natal. I wanted just to clarify so that there is no rebellion. Fortunately, she knows what happens when you exceed your allocated time. She just made my job easy. And I've been reliably informed that the staff members who are managing the stopwatch, she only exceeded by 1 minute. So that's what I have. But I need to do something that I didn't do, you know, when I started the process. I should have specifically welcomed the guest of the Honorable MEC for Social Development, who include even religious leaders. I've seen them. We really feel very much honored if guests come to the legislature and witness exactly what is happening in the legislature when government departments are accounting. Thank you very much for attending and giving your time in order to be part of this engagement. And I also wanted to clarify the second thing. It is part of the process of the legislature that if your allocated time is up, then the stopwatch will ring. It is very much unfortunate because you don't have any additional minutes, that when your time is up and your stopwatch in sounds, then you cannot continue. The Honorable MEC continued for the reasons I explained. She's still having the 20 minutes for responding to the debate. That's why then we're deducting from her own minutes. Yourself, when you are allocated 1 minute, and there's no way I can recover my time, that time belongs to me. So I think I think I've clarified that so that there's no confusion. Then to those who will be debating, so that you don't get distracted, Charles in his computer will show your time. And what he normally does, I was observing him, he shifts it towards you. If you notice the MEC, she had to pick up
Is this thing frozen to me or to all of us?
It's frozen to all of us, Honorable Chair.
All of us.
Okay, thank you.
I hope IT is addressing the breakdown.
No, I'm worried about people who are debating. Manje nakuyinto enjani nje?
I think we are. No, colleagues.
Thanks, Chair. I think you're back.
Yeah, I'm told that we are back. We want to continue with our speakers list. The next speaker who will table the report of the Committee of Social Development in KwaZulu-Natal is Honorable G.N. Swartboy-Ntombela, and she is allocated 10 minutes. Mhlonishwa uNtombela, siyacela ukuthi uzothuka.
Ndiyabulela mhlali ngaphambili. Mhlali ngaphambili obekekileyo kunye namalungu endlu yowiso-mthetho, ndiziva ndinovuyo nemincili ukunikezela ngengxelo yekomiti yenkonzo zophuhliso loluntu. Mandikutsho ukuba ukuza kuthi ga ngoku zibe nintsi indibano ikomiti ebenazo nesebe lwezophuhliso loluntu ukucwangcisa ulwabiwo-mali esithetha ngalo ngoku. Ikomiti iqaphele ukuba isebe lenze isicwangciso salo sokusebenza sonyaka, APP, ukutsho, kunye nohlahlo lwabiwo-mali kwisicwangciso sophuhliso sesizwe, NDP, isicwangciso sokukhula kwephondo nophuhliso, PGDP, kunye nesikhokhelo sesicwangciso sexesha eliphakathi, MTSF. Ngaphaya koko isebe linegalelo kwizinto ezimbini kwezisixhenxe ezizezi. Priority 4, ukumanyanisa imivuzo yentlalontle ngeenkonzo ezisiseko ezithembekileyo ezisemgangathweni. Priority 6, intsebenziswano yoluntu kunye noluntu olukhuselekileyo. The 2022-2023 budget for social development. The challenges brought about by the COVID pandemic remain. Like most countries, South Africa is still recovering from the economic damage wreaked by the pandemic and subsequent measures taken to contain it. We have also suffered both the loss of livelihoods and the loss of lives. The devastating floods, which were some of the heaviest recorded in many years, have left a trail of destruction in our province. The ailing economy still has record high levels of unemployment. The country is also noted as having the highest income inequality in the world. The Department of Social Development has a critical role to play in our society. The department's effort can provide a lifeline to the poor, the vulnerable, and the excluded within our society and provide them assistance in trying to secure a better life for themselves. Furthermore, Honorable Chairperson, the province continues to be shackled by a scourge of gender-based violence and femicide. Last week, on the 29th of April, we learned of the killing of 3 women in one house in Umlazi. We urge the police to conduct a thorough investigation so that the criminals will be brought to book. The provincial budget of the Social Development Department outlines how the department intends to deploy its financial resources to assist the most vulnerable in our society. These actions are in line with the priorities outlined in the SONA and SOPA. The committee learned that the KZN Department Social Development has been allocated a budget of 3.198 billion, which is approximately 500 million less than the original budget of the 2021-2022 financial year. The reduction in funding is due to the transfer of ECD function to the Department of Education, as well as the continuing budget cuts. The budget will cater for the department's 5 main programs within Vote 13. These funds are to be used to provide for the social development needs of the province. A large proportion of the budget is for the provision of personnel. The department will continue to utilize funds towards the provision of social worker practitioners to meet the norms and standards as set out in the integrated service delivery model. The department currently employs 1,587 social workers. Committee deliberations. I would like to highlight a few committee concerns, Chairperson. The committee noted the work being done by the department in assisting the victims of the recent floods in KZN. The department, assisted by SASSA, have been providing SRD to victims of the floods. The committee learned that the department have also been acting in coordinating role to support the efforts of various NGOs and NPOs, as well as providing psychosocial support to victims of disaster. The committee understands that the department will continue with its social relief programs. The committee was satisfied that the department have tried to increase the funds allocated to SRD through reprioritization. However, we are still concerned that the allocated budget is not sufficient for this critical service. The committee was advised on how the budget cuts have affected the department's compensation of employees. 4 of the department's 5 programs have a smaller budget for compensation of employees. In the financial year 2022-2023, when compared to the prior fiscal year, the department, for their part, will continue to only fill critical posts, which will bolster service delivery. However, the committee is concerned by an alarming statement made by the department, which spoke to the lack of budget to adequately compensate the current warm bodies. The department reported that the ECD function has been transferred to the Department of Education. The transfer of this function means that the accompanying funds will also be transferred to the Department of Education. The members requested an updated report on the finalization of this process. Ukwamkelwa kohlahlo lwabiwo mali luka 2022-2023. Ikomiti liqolasele uhlahlo lwabiwo mali kunye ne-APP yesebe kunyaka wezimali 2022-2023. Ikomiti yemicimbi yesebe inike inxaso uhlahlo lwabiwo mali luka 2022-2023 ngomhla wama 29 Tshazimpunzi ka 2022 ngoluhlobo olulandelayo. African National Congress ixhasile, Inkatha Freedom Party ixhasile, Economic Freedom Party, Freedom Fighters ixhasile, Democratic Alliance ixhasile, Minority Front ixhasile. Isiqukumbelo mhlali ngaphambili obekekileyo asele ndiqukumbela ndinovuyo ukunazisa ukuba ikomiti yemicimbi yesebe iyaluxhasa uhlahlo-mali luka 2022-2023 yesebe. Mandithathe elithuba ndibulele umphathiswa ohloniphekile u-NM Khoza, inhloko yesebe uMama Vilakazi kanye nawo wonke amagosa esebe, ii-arhente zalo, isasa kunye ne-NDA. Ndibamba ngazo zombini kwi-ofisi yomphicoti zincwadi jikelele kunye nonondyebo ngokuhlala besebenzisana kwaye bezimisele ukucacisa imiba apho kuyimfuneko. Okokugqibela, ndibulela amagosa endlu yowiso-mthetho axhasa ikomiti yomcimbi yesebe njengoko isenza umsebenzi wayo. Ndiyabulela mhlali ngaphambili.
Siyabulela mhlali ngaphambili wesebe le-social development pha esifundazweni se-KZN. We are continuing with our speakers list. Now we are going to invite an honorable member who is allocated 10 minutes to debate. And this honorable member is from the African National Congress, and she is Honorable NPF Mavuso. Mina ngimbiza ukuthi umhlolo omkhulu. Woza phambili mhlolo omkhulu.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of the Executive Council, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Chairperson, this budget debate sits at a time when the province of KwaZulu-Natal is from the disastrous floods that destroyed households and resulted in the massive loss of lives. May the souls of all those who departed rest in peace, and the ANC wishes that the unfound bodies be discovered so that families find closure. The recent floods, Honorable Chairperson, have impacted negatively to the economy and have put more strain on the social development as the frontline department. Social development continues to ensure that the NDP Vision 2030's central role on social protection continues to be a priority so that the triple challenges of poverty, inequality, and unemployment are addressed. Honorable Chair, social development received the total budget of 3.18 billion in its financial year. There is a decline in the budget due to economic decline and the negative impact of COVID-19. The department's budget is further decreased by the ECD function that moved the programs, the officials, and the budget to the Department of Education. The budget cuts that were implemented in the 2021-22 MTF impacted on the compensation of employees and the fiscal consolidation. The cuts reduced the 2022-23 financial year by 425,238,000 and 568,264,000 during the 2023-24 financial year. 327,943,000 was cut in 2022-23 and 404,455,000 was cut in 2023-24. The EPWP grant of 448,148,000 during the 2020-21 financial year has been reduced further from 42,558,000 in 2021-22 to 37,672,000. These cuts, Honorable Chairperson, are making it very difficult for the department to make payments for the stipends of caregivers and makes it very difficult to fill the vacant posts. Honorable Chairperson, the employment of social workers is paramount in both the departments of education and social development. Social development emphasizes that each ward must be allocated one social worker. However, the ward demarcations in the education department comprise of circuit management clusters and circuits with more than 15 wards in a circuit. This then speaks to the huge shortage of social workers in the education department due to the function shift. Social development is unable to fill the vacant posts of social workers due to unlimited funds, and the core function of social development of rendering the psychosocial services gets compromised. The ANC further notes, Honorable Chairperson, that the salaries of the social workers that are employed by social development and those that are employed by the NPOs are not the same, though the department transfers funds to the NPOs. So the social workers that are employed by NPOs are earning less than those that are employed by the department, though they have the same qualification. It is then recommended that the department looks at this unfair labor practice and ensures structural adjustments. The ANC further recommends that the two departments, which is social development and education, continue working together so as to address lots of challenges that include the following: the lack of supervisors for administration, management and monitoring of the curriculum, and the signing of relevant and critical documents like the subsidy claims. On ECD and partial care, Honorable Chair, the Portfolio Committee has been taken through by both the Departments of Education and Social Development, on the ECD being moved to Vote 5 of the Education Department. The ANC applauds the implementation of the pronouncement that was made by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of South Africa, President Cyril Ramaphosa, that ECD centers be transferred to the Department of Education. Both departments heed the call and ensured that this function shift is done. By the 1st of April 2022, 3,511 ECD centers, 63 social workers and support staff were transferred to the KwaZulu-Natal Department of Education. This function shift, Honorable Chair, needs the department to address the following. One, the alignment of ward-based social workers against the KwaZulu-Natal Department of Education management clusters. The Department of Education has numerous wards in the management clusters, which means that there is a huge shortage of social workers. The Portfolio Committee has also noted, Honorable Chair, that the whole function has been moved to education together with the budget. However, the APP of Social Development still has ECD and partial care, and the budget increases when you look at the 3 MTF outer years. The ANC therefore recommends that the department clarifies this problem. Honorable Chairperson, the ANC commends the department for strengthening the program of monitoring the NPO's management, their credible registrations, compliance, and ensuring of equal access to the ECD institution. Honorable Chair, the ANC supports the social development budget. I thank you very much.
Siyabonga kakhulu Mhlonishwa uMavuso. Now I'm going to take this opportunity to invite the next speaker, who is allocated 10 minutes. And this speaker is coming from Inkatha Freedom Party. This is Honorable P. Govender. He is connected virtually. Don't be expecting him to come in front. Thank you very much. Honorable Govender.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings to the Honorable MEC, the Leader of the Official Opposition, the Honorable V.F. Slabisa, all Honorable members physically present in the House, and to all who have joined on the virtual platform. Honorable Chairperson, this past year has seen our country, and more so KwaZulu-Natal, going through very turbulent and difficult times. Over the past year, we have endured the ravages of the COVID-19 virus, the social unrest and looting that negatively affected large parts of our province and destroyed many business entities and individual livelihoods. Just as we came out of the festive season this year and embarked on rebuilding the economy and restoring livelihoods, we were struck by the massive storm that devastated large parts of our province and the Eastern Cape. The tragic loss of hundreds of lives, accompanied by the destruction of homes and infrastructure, has placed enormous strain on resources and emergency services. Allow me to record our sincere thanks and appreciation to emergency services personnel, ordinary citizens, and organizations such as the Gift of the Givers and the Gift of the Needy for responding to the urgent needs of our people. I salute the National Executive Committee of the Inkatha Freedom Party for taking the wise decision to donate 250,000 Rand to the Gift of the Givers, knowing that this contribution will go a long way towards relief efforts and will not be looted. This contribution was in addition to a large number of food parcels, water, and blankets that the IFP donated to communities in storm-affected areas. I must also thank the MEC, Honorable Kosa, the HOD, and the DSD officials across the province for bringing relief to people under difficult conditions, even though some of them also suffered losses. Honorable Chairperson, as we debate the 2022-2023 budget of 3.2 billion rand allocated to the Department of Social Development, we note that the department's budget has been reduced by 500 million rand if compared to the 2021-2022 budget. With the added demands for social services and social relief, I would hope that the additional funding from the National Disaster Relief Fund will be made available to this department to fulfill its obligations to our citizens. Honorable Chairperson, I was happy to hear from the Honorable MEC for Finance yesterday that the post of the CFO in this department has finally been approved and will be filled soon. This being a critical post, I hope that the person identified is a competent, well-qualified, and honest individual. Social relief is at the core of this department's mandate. It must be stressed that the allocation of 23.6 million rand towards the SRD grant falls far short of what is required to bring genuine relief to those in need. Talking about the need for more funds, I remind this Honorable House that arising out of the notorious 22 million rand blanket saga, the SIU determined that two companies would pay back money that they overcharged the department. The two companies, namely Zain Brothers and Rosetta, were to pay back 718,550 rand and 864,000 rand respectively by the 31st of March 2022. In addition, the SIU was to have determined how much the other two companies, namely LNA Communications and Gibela Investments, were to pay back. I would like the Honorable MEC to tell this House whether the two amounts have been received by the department and if the SIU has determined how much is owed by the other two companies. I raise these issues, Honorable Chairperson, because these funds belong to the people of our province, and it will go a long way in bringing relief to people in need during these difficult financial times. Since the Honorable Premier had instituted the forensic investigation, it is incumbent upon him to ensure that the findings of this report are enacted upon. While on the issue of the blanket saga, Honorable Chairperson, the IFP must record its shock that the NPA's decision not to prosecute those senior officials that the forensic investigation found to have flouted the PFMA and Treasury regulations. By issuing a nolle prosequi, the NPA is allowing those responsible to get away scot-free, and this is not acceptable if we are indeed serious about consequence management. Honorable Chairperson, Program 2 deals with the core business of this department, that is social welfare services. In order for the department to carry out its mandate, it has to have a full complement of human resources as well as tools of trade. According to the Green Book, and I quote, in 2022-23, the department has 12 vacant posts within the program, but plans to fill only critical posts due to the carry-through effects of the 2021-22 budget cuts against personnel budget. The number is yet to be determined as the department is still in a process of reviewing the critical posts to be filled, unquote. I want to urge the department to treat the filling of these critical posts as an urgent priority if it is serious about efficient service delivery. The IFP welcomes the reprioritizing of 16.317 million rand, of which 2.5 million rand goes to compensation of employees, 1.5 million rand to goods and services to cater for food relief, as well as 12.317 million rand as transfers and subsidies to NPOs. I want to strongly advocate for more support and funding to the NPO sector as they are at the coalface of service delivery. As the MEC said in an address earlier, the NPOs played a major role during the COVID pandemic, social unrest, and the recent rains. It is of serious concern to the IFP that duly qualified and registered social workers in the NPO sector are not paid the same as their counterparts in government departments. This is an issue that needs to be addressed if we are to retain social workers in the NPO sector. Honourable Chairperson, it must be of serious concern to all of us when we are told of the number of DSD vehicles that are hijacked and the lives of staff placed at risk. We are now told that social workers are opting to use their private vehicles to do their work, and they claim expenses from the department. Whilst this might be an interim measure, I would urge the department to put measures in place, such as tracking devices on all its vehicles and have a foolproof system in place to ensure that fraudulent claims are easily detected and stamped out. Program 2 has a sub-program that deals with social relief. Although the allocation to this sub-program has been increased compared to previous years, the 23.675 million rand allocated will not have the same buying power as it did in previous years due to inflation. As a result of this, the department would not be able to cater for the needs of the increasing number of people who are dependent on social relief. In Program 3, the IFP notes the shift of the ECD function from DSD to the Department of Education in line with the President's SONA address. In view of this, 70 members of staff and a budget of 630.317 million rand has been removed from the department's baseline and transferred to the DOE. This is in keeping with the principle of funds following functions, and I hope that the shift will be a smooth and seamless exercise. The social sector EPWP grant for provinces is used to pay stipends to CCGs who were previously employed by NPOs. It must be of serious concern that this grant has been reduced by 11.5% from the previous financial year. Since CCGs depend on this grant, as meager as it is to cater for the daily needs, many of them will be out of pocket as a result of this cutback. Honourable Chairperson, it is no wonder that highly qualified social workers, many with honours degrees, staged another protest outside DSD offices in Pietermaritzburg towards the end of March this year. They claimed that they were being, and I quote, used and discarded like rubbish, unquote. I can understand their frustration, Honourable Chairperson, because they are given 4-month contracts while being listed as government employees. But when their contracts end, they do not even qualify for the 350 Rand SRD grant because they were recently employed. This recycling of social work graduates must not continue, and I want to urge the department to ensure that these graduates are given permanent employment and that their needs are taken care of. With regard to the Amajuba gangsters, known as the last warnings, this department and the Department of Community Safety must send a clear message to them that they will not get last warnings, that they will be dealt with for disrupting the social life of the people of that area. Honourable Chairperson, the Inkatha Freedom Party supports the budget of 3.2 million rand allocated to the Department of Social Development, and we hope that this money will be used in the interest of the well-being of the people of the province. I thank you, Honourable Chair.
Uyasibamba isikhathi tissue government. Yeah, he was left with less than 5 seconds. Thank you very much, Honourable Governor. I am moving on with my speakers list. Now I'm going to invite the Honourable Member who is allocated 12 minutes. This Honourable Member is coming from the Democratic Alliance, and I would plead with the Honourable Members to be very considerate, because the Honourable Member, according to my memory, will be speaking for the first time. Please don't distract her. She is Honourable M. Tembe.
Careful. Hayi ngizozama ungadeleli. Greetings, Honourable Chair,
Honorable MEC, honorable members present in the House and stakeholders present and those online. Honorable Chair, there's a saying that goes, how society treats its most vulnerable is a measure of its humanity. Somehow I think the government province has forgotten this. Social development is the backbone of people's survival in this province. And when the department fails, government fails the people. Our province has experienced so much devastation during the past 2 years, from COVID-19 to the looting, and now more recently, the floods. People have suffered enough. And in times such as these, government should be focused on demonstrating how caring it can be rather than lining its pockets. Unfortunately, all we have seen in the Department of Social Development is officials who have been embroiled in disciplinary fraud and corruption, without the business of the day being front and center. How is a province meant to grow and enrich people's lives if there's still high pregnancy rates, high poverty rates, NGOs facing closures, homes for the aged in financial despair, blanket sagas, gender-based violence, victim of trafficking, children begging syndicates? Honorable Chair, I could go on and on, but the government needs to address these injustices. Chair, the blanket saga is slowly turning into a bedtime story. While it may initially have been acknowledged, the way it was concluded was a fairy tale for those involved. No one was fired, no one was held fully accountable. Some officials from DSD were just demoted and some decided to resign. Where's the justice? Social Development MEC needs to start making tougher decisions when it comes to corruption. The budget faces a tough 2022-23 financial year with the current budget. These challenges were glaringly evident in the presentation of the budget. Major concerns include whether there's enough funding to cover the existing staff components, which sees a negative growth in the personal budget over the next 2 financial years. The department has 118 vacant posts in 2022-2023, but only plans to fill critical posts due to the carry-through effects of the budget cuts against the personnel budget. How will the department address its capacity challenges if not able to fill vacant posts? The inability to fill vacant posts and to replace staff has left the department with a direct impact on social delivery. With ECD have shifted from social development to the Department of Education, there's been a massive decrease in the DSD budget of 30.2 million, 30.48 million, and 36.2 million respectively over the MTEF. The DA does not believe that this decrease has been adequately budgeted for. This overall decrease in the budget will undoubtedly affect the DSD spend, particularly within the NPO sector that is actually already under serious strain. The department received additional funding of 4.14 million, 72 million and 86 million respectively over the MTF allocated against transfers and subsidies to non-profit organizations. The DA welcomes any addition to the sector, but appeals to the MEC and the department to make more concrete plans on how to get NPOs out of the red, given that they perform core functions and mandates of social welfare and development. The idea that an NPO is an entity on its own is valid. At the same time, DSD would not be able to function adequately without it. Has the MEC started the audit of all NPOs? How many are there in KZN? Where is this long-awaited master fund list? Which NPOs are still functional and which are under threat of closure? Which ones have been structurally affected by the floods? And what is the plan from DSD to help them? NPOs such as Child and Youth Care Malvern Home are just one of many homes in desperate need of the help from the MEC and the department. They are in debt of thousands of rands in water and electricity bills simply because they are rated as businesses. They cannot afford to pay when they have asked DSD for assistance. All they received was a letter of encouragement. Speaker, encouragement would not keep the lights and the water on. Chair, the recent floods had made it more clear how unprepared the department is. Municipal workers were made to do jobs of social workers. Municipal councillors were made to do jobs of social workers because there are just not enough social workers on the ground. According to DSD, records, the department currently has a total of 2,474 social workers professionals on the approved establishments. This while KZN's population stands at 11.1 million. The need to serve the vulnerable in our province efficiently is enormous. There's a basic need that cannot wait. Applying for a food parcel or a child in foster care needs to be met with urgency that it deserves. Apparently, there is one social worker per ward in KZN. This is just not enough. Yet there remains a high vacancy rate within the department with no clarity on when and how these posts will be filled. KZN has social workers who are sitting at home after a large cohort graduated and did not receive any posts. These social workers should be seconded in times of crisis or be employed in areas of dire need. Social workers within the DSD are overworked. These within the MPOs are also overworked and underpaid. These disparities must be addressed or we'll see a massive decrease in social workers within the NPO sector. In the DSD 2021-2022 budget, there was an overspend in compensation of employees, partly due to under budgeting within this category. This is just an example of poor planning. During his State of the Province address earlier this year, Honorable Premier Sihle Zikalala made the statement that, according to DSD research, men are angry with regards to gender-based violence. This is a sweeping statement with no substantial investigation. What is worse is that it minimizes gender-based violence to just angry men. This finding begs the question, how does the department adequately plan with a problem that is clearly not fully understood? There needs to be extensive research into the plague of gender-based violence, and patriarchy needs to be addressed at the root cause. While there may be While there are many more support systems in place for victims, the department needs to do more when it comes to preventative measures rather than reactive. Chair, we need to urgently speak about the syndicate in Durban that uses children to beg for money daily while there's a blind eye being turned to this horrific act. Children need to be protected with what is happening. This is in the contravention of the Children's Act that has been sworn to protect by the virtue of the position of the MEC. MEC, the DA urges you to act immediately. Departments cannot work in silos. Joint operations between social development and community safety with SAP need to develop strategies to deal with this as soon as possible. Chair, the DA does not see any amount allocated to the KZN LGBTQI related murders within the budget. There's been 4 committed murders in the last 14 months, yet there's been little headway when it comes to educating society in this matter. The reality is that many attacks within this community are still not reported in fear of discrimination. More needs to be done in terms of education and sensitivity regarding this matter, with more community building when it comes to safe spaces for LGBTQI+ to be able to report this crime. Again, departments need to work together. Chair, government needs to get back to the development side of social development. As much as been many recent issues slowing this process down, development must not be forgotten. There needs to be a focus on development of jobs by the sector. This means teaching communities to be self-reliant, educating our youth about entrepreneurship, and more programs for the aged to keep busy. Chair, as I draw to the end of my debate, I'm reminded of the recent oversight inspection of the Durban and Coastal Mental Health in Sherwood. Despite the DA have raised its concerns many years ago, this facility remains a shocking example of empty promises made by the department and the MEC. There's an independent report explaining exactly what needs to be done. There was even meant to be a team dedicated to intervene, but still nothing is done. There are still beds infested with bugs, leaking roofs, faulty electrical wiring, no maintenance, empty pools with insects, broken fencing, leaving very vulnerable residents open to break-ins. But plainly put, the people in Durban and Coastal Mental Health have been forgotten. With the small amounts of budget allocated to DSD, one must wonder whether this is and the vast number of departmental issues will ever be addressed. Chairperson, the DA is afraid of what the future holds for KZN's most vulnerable and whether they will ever emerge from the darkness that surrounds them. What they need is a government that cares and that will transform society again. This government can no longer abandon them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the honorable members who did not want to disturb the maiden speech of the lady. Thank you very much. We are moving on with my speakers list. The next speaker is allocated 9 minutes. And this speaker is coming from the Economic Freedom Fighters. This is Honorable G.F. Mchali, and she is also connected virtually. I hope, Honorable Member, you are connected. Come in, Honorable Mchali. Mkhulus.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greeting Honorable MEC, Honorable Members. Allow me to add my voice in welcoming the APP and the budget for the Department of Social Development. We are debating this vote at this time when our province, KZN, has recently been affected by tragedy of flood, which devastated and distressed a lot of people. Almost everyone who was affected by this flood, in one way or other, will need some form of counseling. Imagine witnessing your home, belongings, and your loved ones being swept away by storm. People are homeless, being cramped in halls and churches. Ngiyakudabukela mhlonishwa MEC. Zonke lezi zinyembezi kumele zesulwe nguwe. 2022-23 budget has been reduced. We as the EFF says no. It should have been increased instead. I understand that it moves away with the ECD, but I suggest ECDs should have moved, leaving the money behind because DSD needs it the most. What we need the money for? There are elderly people who are reaching the age of 60 to 65 as we speak. There are also old age homes currently needs to be maintained. Abantu bethu balala embhedeni emidala namashidi adabukile. Sicele kuthengwe okusha. There are vulnerable children and victims of violence, abused people. They also need support. Foster care home needing the funding. NGOs which helps with many vulnerable programs needing the funding. Chairperson, allow me to add EFF frustration. Why DSD is not employing our qualified social workers? Some of them got bursaries from the department. Laba bantwana nifike nibafundise uma sebeqedile bese nibalahla okwenyongo yenyathi. Ngempela mhlonishwa MEC ibizwa ngani lento eniyenzayo? Unemployed rate more than 37% of youth in South Africa. Kanti inina enidala lenkinga niwumnyango. President of South Africa promised 1 million job. Where is it? Uma nenza kanje. Social worker marched to no success. I thank you, Chairperson.
Siyabonga kakhulu mhlonishwa uhlabangana, the honorable member has just spoken. Thank you very much, honorable member. We are now moving on with the next speaker. This speaker is allocated 9 minutes. She's coming from the African National Congress. This is Honorable H. Dlamini, last born wakwethu shame.
Igama lamakhosikazi. Angixolisa sihlalo ngakaqali nginomkhuhlane uma ngikhwehlela kakhulu ningixolele mangithimula nithi bless you. Chairperson, members of the legislature, MEC, government officials. This is the most trying era in the history of the province of KwaZulu-Natal. We are emerging from one of the most devastating floods in our history, which resulted in the loss of lives of hundreds of people. The most disheartening thing about the floods is that number of people remain missing, and some will probably never be found. A lot of public infrastructure lies, ruins, and billions of rands are required to rebuild it. Moments like this require all of us to join hands and form partnership to provide relief to those who have been left destitute by the disaster. This is not the time of try to outsmart each, but government, the private sector, and civil society should all work together for the benefit of the people. It is at this moment that we show appreciation to our government for its efforts in providing shelter for the displaced while conducting rescue missions to ensure that the remains of those missing are recovered. We are also equally grateful to non-profit organizations which have come forward to work with government and communities to ensure that those affected by floods are taken care of. The private sector has also extended a helping hand to the needy, while even trade unions have been very active in mobilizing relief. The recent disaster has taught us as a nation and a province, we need each other in order to survive. Sorry, Slal. The Department of Social Development is crucial during this moment, as it one of those that are required to provide food and psychosocial support to the victims. It is against this background that one appeals to this House that the budget allocated for social relief of distress be revisited in order to ensure that the department is able to respond to these challenges. It must be remembered that the disaster comes soon after the arrival of the COVID-19 pandemic, which resulted in a number of people losing their livelihoods and had a relay on SRD. It is therefore logical that the same budget can be expected to accommodate new challenges that have been brought about by the floods disaster. Poverty can never be eradicated if we do not give attention to SRD, as it gives dignity to the people. As former President Nelson Mandela once said, I quote, in this new century, millions of people in the world's poorest countries remain imprisoned, enslaved, and in chains. They are trapped in the prison of poverty. It is time to set them free. Close quote. As we acknowledge the need of budget cuts, which also affects the department operations, including maintenance of offices and compensation of employees, one cannot ignore that vast need for improvement on service delivery to the people. This department is tasked with the responsibility of fight social ills, rebuild families, unit, uphold and the rights of the children and care for the elderly, among others. On top of that, the department is expected to transform its welfaristic to developmental approach. This requires the department to be resourced with the properly qualified staff members. In the process, the department has and is losing staff members as a result of attrition. This matter needs to be seriously looked at, as it's crippling the department's ability to function, thus depriving the people a better life and setting back the development of our province. This is one of the departments whose budget needs should be prioritized if we are to see a serious turnaround in the socio-economic condition of the people. In the same vein, one must also implore members of this House to pay attention to the budget allocated to the Expanded Public Works Program, EPWP, of the department, as the grant has been reduced from 42.558 million in 2021-2022 to 37.672 million. This is a serious challenge, as the grant is used to pay for payment of stipends of community caregivers and will put a strain on the budget allocated for compensation of employees, which has been set aside for filling of critical vacancies. EPWP is one of the ways in which government fast-tracks service delivery while while providing employment to the people through to the employment of community caregivers. The department is able to provide care support to those in need. Budget cuts in this program means we'll have to make budget cuts in this program means we will have to make sacrifice and accept that service delivery will be severely affected. Bagwethu. Chairperson, as the ANC, we fully support this budget that is poor, but we strongly urge Treasury to intervene and ensure that this department is afforded adequate financial resources to enable it discharging constitutional obligation. Enkosi. Yeah.
Khona into engiyibukayo la Mhlonishwa Umshengi, makukhulunywa ngebudget ukuthi ayinyuswe kubukwa wena kabi bese kuthiwa kumina uyezwa. Mangabe kuthiwa yehlile ngibukwa kambi, lokho sengathi yimi engiyehlisile. Hey, I have nothing to do with that one. Uyazi abahlonishwa ukuthi hayi ngicela ukungafakwa nami kulowo mcimbi lo. Udlamini nje uyibeke kahle kabi. Hayi udebate kahle noma ukhwehlela ngane kama. Mawuthelele mina anginankinga. Ngize ngakunikelela ngamanzi. Zakunikelela ngamanzi ingane yakwenu.
Ngiyabonga awasesiza kumina vele akekho sazowaphuza.
Sengiyaphuca mina mangabe ngifile ngibulawa uMadlamini na King Stress. Honorable members, on a serious note, we are inviting the next speaker who is allocated 3 minutes, and this speaker is coming from the National Freedom Party, and this is Honorable CM Shinga. Wangapha ngasekhweni lami thina esiganiwe bathi nawe kade uganiwe. Kaza ngazi yini mlisheko akuthiwa nawe kade.
All right. Ngiyabonga. Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to the MEC, the honorable members in the House, and our guests. We are encouraged to see that the department currently employed 1,587 grade 1 to 4 social workers, with 1,567 social workers being appointed on permanent basis. We are not going to dwell much on the balance MEC that needs to be struck between state and NGO employed social workers. It has been dealt with honorable members. Esingakunezela kulokho ukuthi siyacela ukuthi la ezindaweni zokusebenzela ama-social workers wethu emphakathini nithi ukubhekisisa ukunakekelwa kwezindawo kwama-ofisi. Kwezinye zezindawo kubukeka kuhlume ngisho utshani kunzima ukufinyelela. MEC siyacela nizibheke lezo ndawo. Chairperson, we are happy to know that the department is also focusing on the finalization of the establishment of 2 additional shelters for the victims of crime and violence, which increases the total number of shelters to 25. These shelters are playing a big role as part of the rehabilitation process for the victims of GBV crimes. However, the number of cases of those charged with gender-based crimes in KZN has skyrocketed in the last year. It is of great concern to see a reduction on the department's budget by a net of 320.909 million in the 2021-2022 for 25.238 in 2022-2023 and 568.264 million in 2023-2024 respectively. These reductions can be attributed to the department's budget overspending of 10.644 million in the end of 2021-2022. With this budget overspending being largely against goods and services as a result of payment of prior year accruals against property payments relating to security services costs as well as consumables supplies. The department is seemingly failing to spend funds within the allocated budget and make payments on time. We call on the finance and accounting officers to be more competent and strict towards the spending of funds. Honorable Chairperson, we appeal to the department to review the invoices bill for consumable supplies relating to the provision of food parcels for COVID-19 relief, as there were many alleged incidences of corruption and looting of food parcels that were meant for the struggling people during this hardship and national lockdown. Honorable Chairperson, we fully support the budget as well as APP. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much, Mhlonishwa Ushinga. We are continuing with our speakers list. The next honorable member is allocated 3 minutes. And the speaker is coming from the minority front. And this is Honorable Esther Kurrashbansi. She is connected virtually. Honorable Kurrashbansi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable MEC, thank you for this report and your active participation in the Portfolio Committee meetings. Honorable members, the reduced baseline of social development to 3.198 billion for the 2022-2023 financial year is acknowledged, given that this department is one of those in which zero-based budgeting is recommended by the Minority Front for the following reasons. The department is slow at spending and filling vacant posts, bloating Program 1. ECD services has moved to the Department of Education. I remind this Honourable House that ECD was fast-tracked due to the Minority Front motions and party debate in 2004-2005 years. Unfortunately, it was implemented as a split program of DSD and Department of Education, but today it's going in its entirety to where it belongs. The department is characterized annually by rollovers, buy-ins, shifts and appropriations. There are too many indicators that do not make sense and are not met annually. Infrastructure spending is slow. For example, the Minority Front during the former MEC Tusi's tenure in 2017-2018 started the fight for renovations of the Phoenix offices, which is only being done now in 2022. Norms and standards are still a fluid process in terms of social worker per ward and community caregivers and requires monitoring. There needs to be a thorough verification of the NGO database, given that National Treasury identified dodgy ECDs reflecting weak due diligence processes. Dwindling EPWP grants shows that weak planning is present for job creation. The recommendations given these reasons validate zero-based budgeting for DSD. Furthermore, a SWOT analysis needs to be redone as ICT, crime in vehicles, hijacking, gender-based violence, drug addiction, and others are seen. And this calls for serious scenario planning. Program 3 on research is not fully exploited and should focus on how DSD can be part of an integrated disaster management team with local government to manage disasters. Finally, National has been funding NGOs much more currently. And this is because NGOs seem to have more capacity to plan and spend on community needs. The Minority Front thanks all NGOs who have helped during the floods and other disasters and supports this budget with the above recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Takurash Bansi. We are moving on with our speakers list. The honorable member will come, is allocated 9 minutes. And this speaker is coming from the African National Congress. And this is Honorable L.D. Ngubane. Togaza Samabomfin.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, members of the Executive Council, honorable members of the House, and the distinguished guests. Kunjabulo ukuthi i-African National Congress umbuso wabantu ibeke ithemba layo kimi ukuba ngiyimvangeni yale nkulumo-mpikiswano yesabelo sevoti ka-13 sika-2022-2023. Thina njengokhongolose ohola uhulumeni wakwaZulu-Natal sinesibopho sokuqinisekisa ukuvikelwa kwabantu ababuthakathaka, intsha, izalukazi kanye nabantu abakhubazekile. Le nkulumo-mpikiswano ngesabelo zibalo ibalulekile njengoba idlala indima enkulu ekuguquleni nasekuthuthukisweni inhlalakahle yawo wonke umuntu emphakathini yabantu bakithi. Somlomo, le nkulumo-mpikiswano yenzeka ngesikhathi esinzima esifundazweni sethu lapho sibhekene khona nezimvula ezinamandla ezishiye umonakalo omkhulu emasontweni ambalwa edlule. Sisabuya ekubhekaneni ne-COVID-19 kanjalo nokuhlukunyezwa kwabantu besifazane nezingane. Kafishane, sifisa ukudlulisa amazwi enduduzo kwimindeni elahlekelwe izihlobo ezimeni zabo. Sithandaza ukuthi uNkulunkulu abe nesihe asiphe ukuphila. Honorable Speaker, Chairperson, we are cognizant that it is not direct correlation between the budget and 23 budget illustrated the measures are going to be implemented as the department managed to achieve an overall 93% in the third quarter 2021 and 2022 financial year, with 56 out of 60 indicators fully achieved and 4 partially. and underachieved indicators, we also want to urge the department to increase their target and performance indicators as it is already adding value to our people, and to continue ensuring that indicators and targets are met for each quarter in 2022-23 financial year. Chairperson, currently situation further exposes us to deep socio-economic gaps. However, one is encouraged by the increase of allocation of 13.01 million toward the Women Development Sub-Program, where we see 30,634 women trained on social economic empowerment in all districts, and 225 women on technical functional and entrepreneurship skill provided by USIDA. This will contribute greatly toward improving participation, economic growth, particular job security for disadvantaged sectors, direct measures of compensation, and enhance prospect of current and future generation, as it's been proven that COVID-19, GBV, and the recent KZ floods pose a serious threat to women engaged in economic activities. Therefore, such social assistance means that we have deepened our collective effort in advancing the mandate of the department, which is to create a sustainable safeguard and socio-economic upliftment for our people. Honorable members, today we remember uHlosile Nozandile and Happiness Mkhize, who were shot dead, and 2 children who sustained injured in Mlazi home that took place in Wednesday last week, and many other faceless victims of gender-based violence and femicide. May their soul rest in peace. This brutal murder highlighted yet again the GBVF increase within our province. Hence, the fight against gender-based violence must be intensified, and we welcome the growing diversity number of voices that are joining the fight against gender-based violence through various awareness programs by the ANC. Accordingly, we commit the department for 102 million towards victim empowerment program, where it has rendered its services through 31 white doors, 8 Tutuzela centers, 94 SEPS centers, 14 care centers, and 23 shelters. Siyabonga kakhulu kumnyango. Sibonga kakhulu nakuma-NPOs ahlale esemva kwethu njalo nokuhulumeni nokusiza imiphakathi ehlukumezekile ngezinhlobo zonke zokuhlukumezeka. The financial framework takes appropriate measure to ensure the protection of all women from all forms of violence, and reinforce legal mechanism to protect women and ending the violation against women as they work collective done with the department and its entities has to be premised on promoting and preserves the dignity of people. Sengcina ke somlomo. Ukhongolose uyaseseka isabelo zimali sonyaka ka-2022-23 njengoba sethuliwe kule ndlu ehloniphekile. Siyabonga kakhulu mama, alibongwe.
Honorable members, we are continuing with our program. We are supposed to take the speaker from the ATM, who was allocated 3 minutes, but want to announce officially that the legislature received an apology from the honorable member. Then we move to speaker number 12, which is the speaker from the ACDP, also allocated 3 minutes, but as the legislature were reliably informed that Honorable Bishop Mangele tendered his apology. Then we move to the next speaker, who is allocated 5 minutes, And this speaker is coming from Inkatha Freedom Party. This is Honorable N.J. Nkwanyana, and she is connected virtually. Welcome, Honorable Ma'am.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to the MEC, to the leader of the official opposition, Honorable V.F. Slabisa, and to all the honorable members and the officials present in the House. Chairperson, as my colleague has alluded before me, the IFP supports the budget allocated to the Department of Social Development for 2022-2023 financial year. 2022-23 budget allocation. The IFP is concerned about the culture of underspending by this department. The department has spent in 2018-2019 by 14.418 million and 2019-2020 by 33.842 million, mainly due to delays in filling of vacant posts and the procurement of state vehicles, as well as underspending against the PDRG. Honorable MEC, we implore you to address this elephant in the room. Further, the issue of vacant posts must be urgently addressed. The department must quickly fill vacant posts to enhance service delivery. Delays in filling of posts have had negative effect in the functioning of the department. Attacks on the social workers. We are very much concerned about the attacks and killings of the social workers in KwaZulu-Natal. It is the duty of the Department of Social Development to unpack and address all the challenges facing social workers while they execute their duties. Their safety, well-being, and working conditions must be prioritized. While the IFP recognizes the role played by the social workers, the party is concerned about the violence faced by social workers. This has become an inherent risk of the profession and undeniably one that needs to be addressed on a national scale. Social workers frequently sent alone and unarmed to dangerous situations in areas that police do not enter without a partner or a gun. Social workers stage life-changing interventions daily, but what measures are being taken to ensure their safety? Hijacking of state vehicles. The IFP is concerned about the hijacking of state vehicles used by social workers. We have stated in the past that more than 50 state-owned vehicles from the KZN Department of Social Development went hijacked between 2017 and 2020. However, we have not heard a word as to whether all these vehicles have been recovered. We urge the department to ensure that all state vehicles are fitted trackers devices, as my colleague said, and clearly branded, as these measures will hopefully serve and deterrence to would-be hijackers. We note that the department is planning to commemorate the International Day Against Drug Abuse and Illicit Trafficking on 26 June 2022. The IFP says the fight against drug abuse must be a 365 days project, not only for specific dates. Drug lords must be punished. More action is needed to address drug and substance abuse amongst the youth. Killing of elderly people. The Inkatha Freedom Party condemns in the strongest possible terms the prosecution of elderly persons who are accused of witchcraft practices kanye nezinye izinhlobo zokuhlukunyezwa kubantu abadala. Asibhekwe nezindawo ezingamakhaya abantu abadala njengoba nazo lezi ndawo zike zisolwe ukuhlukumeza abantu abadala bangagezwa baphucwe nemali yabo yempesheni. Many innocent people have lost their lives due to accusations of practicing witchcraft without any evidence. Torturing and various forms of violence against elderly women and men accused of witchcraft constitutes an infringement of their fundamental human rights. Section 12(1) of the Constitution provides that no one shall be subjected to torture or to cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment or punishment from either public or private sources. Despite this and other similar legislation, persecution of elderly women suspected of witchcraft continues unabated in KwaZulu-Natal. And this is unacceptable. Furthermore, there is little or no intervention from government to address this issue. It is our earnest belief that dealing with this horrible and problematic trend requires community dialogue and awareness at a local level. We are calling on the law enforcement agencies to ensure that killings related to witchcraft are prioritized, investigated, prosecuted, and punished accordingly by all legal institutions tasked to carry forth such mandates. We call upon Rationale Leaders Association.
Member. Your time is up, Mhlonishwa wami.
Ngiyathokoza kakhulu nami sihlalo ukuthi unginikile leli thuba.
Nohlelo lwethu. We are now coming to the last speaker of the debate. This last speaker is allocated 14 minutes according to my order paper. And this speaker is coming from the African National Congress. And this is Honorable N.R. Majola, uNesomkhulu.
Malbongwe.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Premier Kuzen and the Executive, Speaker of the Legislature, Honorable Boise, Honorable Members, Political Head of the Department, MEC Koza, HOD, Ms. Vilakazi, Labour Movements, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Chairperson, today we stand on the shoulders of those who fought to free us from colonial and apartheid regime, from the minority rule and from economic backwardness and unspeakable indignity. The social assistance program remains the single most important contributor to the fight against poverty and inequality in the country. It is through this program that 59 million, including 11.7 million children and 2.9 million older persons, benefited from this safety net. Chairperson, in this period of disaster that has overwhelmed us, I wish to quote Ingonde Negala Lombuto Kafungolos, Utata Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela, when he once said, open quote, what counts in life is not the mere fact that we have lived. It is that difference we have made to the lives of others that will determine the significance of the life we lead. Close quote. Even during this difficult period of disaster, when people of this province have lost all, as leaders in this house, we must determination and being focused. Sometimes it takes a natural disaster to reveal a social disaster. We have to agree that after this disaster, our situational analysis showed us that social protection need will never be enough. Based on the National Development Agency Act 108 of 1998 and National Development Agency Amendment Act 6 of 2003, regulating the development of partnerships between the government and the civil society, and also allowing NGOs and NPOs to be financed by the government through partnership agreements to implement development of social programs. That has been done. Because of agreement and as government, we hold them accountable through conducting oversight in their performance. We are doing that to ensure compliance to Public Finance Management Act 1, that is the PFMA of 1991, and the Public Finance Management Amendment Act 29 of 1999. The purpose of these acts is to promote efficient and effective use of financial resources to ensure good service delivery. We thank all the good work done by all contracted NGOs and NPOs during this difficult time. Siyawuncenga umnyango ukuthi ukugweme ukugayiza inyawo ekudlulisweni kwezimali kulama organizations asebenzisana nawo. South Africa is a country that was heavily socially engineered for centuries. Hence, ANC-led government in its Bible called National Development Plan Vision 2030 is speaking of socially re-engineering of South Africa. Unfortunately, Honorable Dembe, speech sakhe sokuqala kodwa kufuneka ayibambe loo nto leyo sesithetha ngo-re-engineering nje, it's because of her forefathers. Chairperson, it is a norm that before any project is undertaken, a diagnosis of the situation is done so that best intervention is developed. It can be argued that social assistance, which is delivered mainly through grants, is a government intervention, which is a palliative and not transformative. However, the crux of the matter is that these grants have not yet changed the material conditions of all the affected population groups. I'm bringing this chairperson for the purpose of analyzing the situation of this department as legislators, without allowing those on the opposition bench to criticize, but all contribute positively for the benefit of masses, as identified when this department was established. Fortunately, chairperson, the opposition parties were first government before, but because they failed people of this province dismally, hence African National Congress was seen as the only movement to liberate this country. We thank the current government for ensuring that all citizens of this country, irrespective of their race, gender, ethnic origin, or sexual orientation, are now recognized for their worth as human beings and not discriminated because of the aforementioned classifications. Indeed, chairperson, this was a significant milestone for the country, given its tortuous and painful past. Chairperson, the vision of this department is to be a caring and self-reliant society. As the committee, we acknowledge the concerted efforts by this ANC government in erasing the remaining traces of colonialism and apartheid, as exemplified by inter alia high levels of inequality and poverty, unemployment, social and economic exclusion, violent crime and destitution. As that may be, we agree that the living conditions of many South Africans continue to remain extremely dire. Having said that, I wish to remind this House about the diagnostic report, which was done by the National Planning Commission prior to the launching of the National Development Plan, Vision 2030. The diagnostic report outlined 9 challenges that affect the development of South Africa. Remember, those challenges were a deliberate action by inhuman government of apartheid for decades, as I mentioned in my opening. The challenges were not by mistake. That is substantiated by Utatu Mandela, open quote, poverty is not an accident like slavery and apartheid. It is man-made and can be removed by the actions of human beings. The adoption of the NDP, close quote, the adoption of the NDP by cabinet as the long-term vision and plan for the country was released in 2012. Chairperson, the vision of the department is to be a caring one, but for that to happen, there is a need to consider some few elements, like the understanding of the objective of the department for the purpose of formulating organizational strategic objectives. The second step that needs to be done is to understand the activities to be done in order to achieve organizational mission and strategic objectives. The third one, the human resource management functions with divisional managers and divisional objectives. Lastly, it will be the finalization of the manpower plan by consensus. I am tempted to emphasize this because of the crippling contagious infection of high vacancy rate in the department, not at the divisional management level, but across the whole organogram. I believe, and I will always believe, that overcoming poverty as the vision of this department is not a gesture of charity, but an act of justice. This government believes in the protection of fundamental human rights, the right to dignity and decent life. If poverty persists in front of us, being apologetic about radical transformation of this department, surely we would have failed the people of South Africa and would kiss freedom goodbye. Chairperson, let me join my colleagues in welcoming the budget, as unsatisfactory as it is, looking at the critical 5 programs of the department. The total budget for the previous financial year, 2021-2022, it was 3.699 billion, and currently it is sitting at 3.198 billion with 500 million less. This 500 million less is for ECD immigration to the Department of Basic Education. It's not a problem because we understand it. We applaud that step, as we all know that ECD is a comprehensive approach to programs and policies for children from birth to 9 years of age, with the active participation of their parents and caregivers. Its purpose is to protect the rights of children to develop their full cognitive, emotional, social, and physical potential. This initiative indicates positive step in addressing one of the challenges identified by the National Planning Commission in NDP. it has been recognized that quality of education for most children is poor, and further states that by 2030, South Africa needs quality school education with globally competitive literacy and numeracy standards. Chairperson, budget cuts effected across all programs for the purpose of saving, according to the department, but it has not assisted the situation because of the accruals the department is having. It has acted as an overdraft. It went as far as being an overdraft. The department has 5 critical programs that talk directly to the interventions needed by our communities at this point in time. Looking at pandemics like COVID-19 that set in during March in 2020, Chairperson, the department has a huge challenge when it comes to vacancies. As I mentioned before, the under-expenditures and accruals are not by mistake, but substantiated by gaps in managerial levels of the department. Looking at program 1 analytically, where critical posts are vacant, like the finance and CFO, legal officers, as well as labor managers, that indicates difficulties in the performance indicators of the department. Sihlalo lo mnyango ngowona obhekelele ngqo ukombathisa ukuze nokuba abajongene nabo abantu bakuthi. Xa sinovuselela imiqondo yethu njengangoku sicinge ngezibheki ezidlulileyo zentlekele apho sibabona bekhala, besele dengwane, zimtyile izihlobo, bedinga induduzo nemipheme phezu kwamakhanda wabo. Sihlalo bonke abantu bakuthi bathembele kulo mnyango nakuthi members zesishayamthetho. Program 2, which deals with social welfare, yes, akukho ngxaki as far as the filling of the post concerned. Kodwa ukuze usebenze ngokuphelele uxhomekeke kubukhona be-managers ezingekhoyo phaya ku-program 1 njengoko sendibekile. Program 3, which is housing children and families, sihlalo kwisimo esikuso siyazi imindeni ayisekho njengoko ifanele. Uninzi okumanyunyezi ukunukubezwa kwentsana ngabantu abangafanele okudinga abasebenzi balo mnyango bangenelele. We go to program 4, where we are talking of the restorative services, which is without a manager. Think of the high number of substance abusers and social crimes to be prevented. In the absence of driver, kwenzekani? Eso simo sibonakala ngokukhula kwamanani wabaphazamiseke emqondweni kwizibhedlele zethu. Program 5, which is dealing with community development and research. The chief director is not there, but the chief director on strategy is acting. That means is a chief director on strategy as well as the chief director on community development and research. If we are talking of the vision, which is to transform the department in the absence of an incumbent in that program, because it is true that research that will always go back to the planning that is supposed to be done by the corporate level. It will assist to understand that program 1 is the driver of all other 4 programs of the department. The budget cuts effected on the compensation of employees across all 5 programs has further paralyzed the functionality of the department, religiously so. Inhlekele eyehle kwisifundazwe ebonakala ihlasele kakhulu eThekwini municipality ifike yengeza ingcindezi kulo mnyango njengoko sisazi into ukuthi umqondisi okanye udirector oyena obemele iTheku akekho emva kokukhululwa ayokuhlala ekhaya ngenxa yokubandakanyeka kwakhe uphando lwengubo blanket. Ngokunjalo nowasemgungundlovu sihlalo kuhle sizibeke obala eziphumo zobuqhophololo kuba sibizwa ngamagama angemahle singlohulumende kanti sathathwa isinqumo sokulwisana necorruption without being forced. Check the National Planning Commission Diagnostic Report apho ubusela ubonakele njengotshaba lenkqubela phambili. Siphuma ku-COVID-19 edale igebe elikhulu xa qaphela ngokwamanani abasebenzi balo mnyango abathe bashiya emhlabeni. Ukusebenza komnyango kukhangeleka kuzoba nzima ngesimo sokuphungulwa kwesabelo mali. Ukuba ayikho indlela yokuthi kusondelwe eduze kulo mnyango ngenjongo zokuncedisa ukuba ukwazi ukumelana nomthamo ojongene nawo kwizimo zentlekele, izimo zobhubhane wegciwane i-COVID-19 ekhangeleka ibuya mawala ngokwamanani esinawo singumnyango wezempilo nombono womnyango wokuphuma ekubeni kuthela ndikhongozela. Sihlalo okunye okubeke kwincindezi umnyango lizinga eliphezulu lezikhala zabasebenzi apho sithetha ngabantu abangu-435 bebonke abantu ababeli babasemsebenzini ibunikeza incindezi emsebenzini ke kwi-Utility Department into yokuthi mayikhuphe i-quality service delivery sihlala njengoko oza kwethu bekubekile ukusebenza ngokufanele zonke into ezenziwe i-department ngesikhathi bechaza izinga lobugebengu lokubulawa kwabantu besifazana liphezulu ngokunjalo nogogo okubuhlungu nemveku kubiza ukusondela eduze kuncediswane ngokufukula isimo salomnyango.
Mhlonishwa, isikhathi siphelile. Mhlonishwa. Colleagues, we are proceeding. Your time is up. Nesomkhulu, sikhulu sakwa Department of Health.
I do understand, sir.
Very much, Mhlonishwa, ngoku-understand. Honorable members, guests, and the people of KwaZulu-Natal, we are now going to invite to the podium the MEC for Social Development in the province of KwaZulu-Natal to respond to this debate for 19 minutes. Ngicela ni sanitize. Hayi, no sivumelene nomngani.
Honorable Chairperson, thank you so much. Thank you to all honorable members who have made their contributions. We really value your support, honorable members. Even the constructive criticism, we value that, we take that as a support. And all committees which we are guiding us. Committee lakho Mhlonishwa, your finance committee, we value your support. Honorable members, I want to go straight to the matters raised by honorable members here. Honorable Swarpo Ntombela, truly speaking, USASA has made a huge contribution during this pandemic. In fact, USASA, at first, they presented that they have 700 as an SRD. We said to them, it is far too less, looking at the magnitude of the disaster. They went back and allocated 1,200. But we said it is not enough. Looking at a person, each household has lost a number of items, even amabodwe. The rain came and took everything. So we ended up with SASA having 1,980 as for a person. So which will ensure that abantu bethu bayasizakala. And I agree with you, Honorable Chair, that we need this program of silencing the guns campaign, looking at the 3 women which were killed at Umlazi, as honorable members are putting it, correct? Honorable Ngubane, Honorable Kwanyana. We need that silencing the guns. The guns are too many for KZN to handle. Honorable Mavuso, we do agree with you. At some point, these bodies, we do have a hope that the bodies will be found at some point, because that will put closure to families. And of course, employment of social workers is a must, Honorable Mavuso and Honorable Dlamini, Honorable Kwanyana. Honorable Ntali, Honorable Shinga. the employment of social workers is a must, but it is unfortunate that our budget cannot allow us to employ those social workers. If now, sibuhlungu, you have a social worker ofunde waya esikoleni ngemali ekade ihlala la okhalweni kugogo ethi ngifisa umntwana wami abe ngutho, but that social worker today is not employed. Truly speaking, honorable members, I concur with you. We will do what is within our powers to make employment yabo be realistic. And the gap between salaries, Honorable Tembe, the gap between salaries zama social workers, Honorable Governor, it is a serious concern. Coming to the SIU and NPA, Honorable Governor, the report, it was not within our powers as social development. Remember, the MEC for social development acted swiftly in implementing what was supposed to be implemented. But we took the matter, we even opened our cases. The matter was taken by NPA and SIU, considering those cases which were opened. But after everything has been done, there was no prosecution. The case has been withdrawn with docket closed. That is beyond our powers as social development. Measures which are put in place, I've talked about it, Zama social workers, and of course, the 967 social workers, which was employed on contract, it is said that askwazi buyela sibaqashe. I plan to assist ama NPOs. I want to assure you that the Department of Social Development, the National Department of Social Development, has irresponsibility. Ma NPOs, and they register the NPOs. As of now, in the national database, there are 23,000 social workers, NPOs, which are registered. But in this province of KwaZulu-Natal, there are 4,948 NPOs, which are registered and being assisted. I want to mention that even the NPOs who are running ECDs are our responsibility to capacitate and ensure that they work according to NPOs Act. Siyabancedisa. I must mention ukuthi social workers, the employment of social workers is not the social development alone. Ukuthi babe khona. We are urging education national ukuthi each school, if each school can have a social worker that can work, even the police stations, for them to be able to take statements, valid statements, they need to employ a social worker, each social worker per police station. If that happens, honorable members, I think we'll be through as social development. Sihlupheke kakhulu abantwana bethu bafunde kanzima kodwa bese bengathathwa. The department lost vacancy rate. Departments have lost officials 175 in the past 2 years. Amanye due to COVID-19, amanye due to natural attritions. But not even a single post have been filled as of now. And leyo ke in a negative effect to the department. So the post of a CFO, Honorable Governor, as of now, the post is being re-advertised because the post failed to attract more people during that time. So as of now, it is being re-advertised. That's what we have, honorable members. But we want to say to you, yes, AMA floods have just had a negative effect to the department. Sihambisana sisonke, and we want to take that as is uba siyavumelana sonke, because each and every speaker here have alluded to that. Ama social workers wethu have worked beyond the call of duty. Others, Honorable Chairperson, were able to call the MEC esethi sengila kule disaster. But I've identified that there are abantwana abala kaphakathi. They need ama-nappies. They need milk formulas. Something we has never budgeted for as social development. They ended up, those social workers ended up the keeper from their own pockets. Betenga. We need to applaud the social workers. They have worked beyond what was expected. On why men are angry, or Honorable Tembe, the research have been made with to Westville, with the Westville prison, on what happens to the mind of a perpetrator, because we want to go beyond a social development. Sikhame ithumba kuphume ubovu la bukhona. Ukuthi kahle kahle mayithatha leso sinqumo isuke ethunywa yini, kusuke kwenzakaleni empilweni yakhe, because that's our responsibility. With your support, honorable members, we hope we are going to do that. We have partnered with Elen Foundation, signed an MOU with them, looking at the high rate of unemployment. Especially, we have abantwana who are from GBV, who are GBV victims. Nabantwana who have been in conflict with the law. Laba abanye coming from our CYCCs. Those kids, labo bantwana betu, we have trained them in our youth academies. But at the end of the day, they should get work. That's why we have signed an MOU with Elen Foundation, abakha izindlu, so that they can take a chunk of those people. So bona, we believe our kids who have been trained there are better trained, because they have been trained in behavioral change. They are better equipped, and we urge business people to take them as well, because they can be of use in whatever deployments. I want to say, Honorable Chair, we have introduced, I understand Honorable Njali has a concern about elderly, no, Honorable Kwanyana. We want to say, to assure you, honorable members, we as a department, we have introduced a gerontology program. Gerontology program. Hey, it's very hard. In order to enhance the active aging, those programs for older persons, the program ensures that the social, psychological, and mental needs of older persons are taken care of. As we urge our communities, maninga zoba lahla abantu abadala to our old age homes. Our communities should celebrate ama-dates abalulekile with their elderly. Our communities should at least visit their elderly because siyabindwa by the acts ukuthi abantu abadala basenayo ingqondo, basenawo umqondo, abathathwe njenga ne-resource emphakathini and in our communities and within their families. So we have introduced this. We hope nayo izosilekelela ukuthi abantu abadala be taken care of. So we just there. We issue of looting of during Honorable Shinga, issue of looting of food parcels. Fortunately, we have received not even a cent from anyone, from national government, not from anyone. As of now, what we are doing, we are reprioritizing from what we have. Sihambe siyofaka phaya bantu ngoba as a caring department, we cannot say sorry bese siyashiya. So we need to do something enikeza ibuyise ithemba to our families. That's why I thank the private sectors, the all stakeholders abathathe inxexheba basibambisa, the faith-based organizations, everyone uthathe leyo nxexheba wasibambisa. As of now, we are still waiting for funds, and even during COVID-19, unfortunately, ama funds sawabheka. We still have a hope that there will be funds azosirescuisha kule. As of now, Honorable Majola, yes, we are very much committed to fighting corruption as a department. And we have done everything within our powers. I do concur with Honorable Majola and Honorable Hlo Dlamini, ukuthi, of course, to ensure that we see this movement from welfare to developmental, we need more of manpower. So we need to go back and look at our organogram. I am certain about what Honorable Majola has said. Uguti, let us have a CFO, a chief director, who will be responsible to ensure that we see this developmental part of our government. And for your information, honorable members, if you see the ratio of social workers to a service office and 15 social workers, to your surprise, you can find 2 community development workers. Yet they are the people abafanele bahambe phambili ukuyobona ukuthi the profiling yenzeka, ukuyobona ukuthi umphakathi udingani. So to ensure that sinikezela ukudla lapho to the deserving communities. So with that, honorable members, I think with your support, I think honorable members, we can rise again as KwaZulu-Natal. As we rise, we can lift others with us. Thank you.
Bona bebengithatha nawe mngani wami MEC uhlalo ka-Education Portfolio Committee wa-DSD bebanga nje ukuthi yini ngithatha iminute kwena. Athi manje mina ngiyakwazi ukufundana nawe because there are a lot of things that we understand because we meet in the trenches. I don't know why I anticipated that you'll make it, and you made it comfortably, having responded to everything and adequately so. So, honorable members, we want to confirm that this is one of the factual and interesting budget debates that I enjoyed. That's what I wanted just to say. Having said so, We want to thank you, honorable members, to thank the Honorable MEC for Social Development in KwaZulu-Natal. We also wanted to thank the officials of the Department of Social Development, led by Umamu Vilagas, the head of department. Now we're going to officials, all of you, even those that are not here. We also want to thank the guests, Babumfundis, who are the guests of the MEC for our DSD. And we also wanted to thank the public that had access to this beautiful debate. So what then we would want to announce is that we are now going to break for lunch. And this lunch will run until Honorable Msheng saying organize LSAPS. I don't feel that you are safe. No, I don't feel you are safe. Now we got a good job solo together. Kulaba basibona ukuthi ngathi khona umkhonyovu siwenzile cha kodwa awukho, want them to know. So that we are going to break for lunch until 5 to 1, when we will be starting with the next vote. I tried to negotiate because I could sense that we are going to finish earlier. Then I was told that because of linking and all those things, these debates that will start at 1 o'clock, they must run concurrently. Already I had drafted, I was left to say, from me, KK goes to you, wanting to check if you can come earlier. But I was instructed that no, I can't do that. As we go for lunch, I am told that there are 2 venues for lunch. Those who are the guests of the MEC for Social Development in KwaZulu-Natal, their lunch is prepared across the road in the City Hall. You know, you take orders, more program director, that's what it is. And they would want to ambush you and raise it at the last minute. But this is what I was told. I didn't investigate the information. No, you comply and complain later. I got exposed for a very long time to such environments. The second thing, others who are not the guest of our MEC are going to join the legislature down in our own kitchenette. So, Mhlekazi Rogers, nawe kuthiwe ngicela impela uthi uye Mhlekazi omhle. La. Ufuna na MEC one. Awuyona phela district erigwana. It's a provincial thing, this one. It's not a district matter. So ngithemba the guests of the MEC, even those who are behind me, are hearing that we are requesting them humbly so to go to the City Hall. So having said so, we are going to start exactly the debate on vote number 5, which is the Department of Education in our province, at 1 o'clock in the very same venue. Those who are connected and who arranged through their own whips that they will be part of this debate of education, we are requesting them to have been connected around 10 to 1, so that when they experience glitches, then they are going to be assisted. So thank you very much, honorable members, kanye nama-guest ka-MEC, kanye nalaba abasivotela abafowethu, amabhosi ami, ngithi amabhosi ami. We are breaking until 1 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much for the debate, Honorable MEC and all the participants.
budget vote. I have to start by welcoming the Honorable MEC for Education in KwaZulu-Natal, Honorable Mshengu. Also want to welcome the officials of the Education Department led by the newly appointed HOD, Mr. Ngobo. Angisanibala ke Mthembu. Maze ngithe officials led by. Sengaze ngithola icala ukuthi uSibari akazange ngirecognize. Also want to welcome the honorable members of the legislature, more specifically those who are deployed by their political parties to the Education Portfolio Committee, which is led by Honorable Sonjika. We also wanted to welcome the interested parties to this debate. Definitely media, I know, is interested, as well as the public at large. Having said so, I needed to confirm that the legislature received the Education Portfolio Committee report, Honorable Sonjika, as per the rules of our legislature. Now I will take this opportunity and invite the MEC for Education in KwaZulu-Natal, Honorable Mshengu, to present his budget speech for 45 minutes. Can you come forward, Honorable Member? When sizwa sanitizer la kade ngihlangana nabantu akanoma ngihambe ngahlangana nalezi zinto ezongidala inkinga bese ngiyitransferela ku-Education MEC.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair, Honorable Kosi, Chair of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Sonjik, and all committee members, the HOD and the senior management present, the colleagues who are following us on virtual platforms, and all the stakeholders. Honorable Chair, we rise to present and table this budget during a very difficult period in our province. A time when the floods has caused untold damage to various communities, with close to 500 people losing their lives and leaving multitudes of people displaced. As the basic education sector, we're also not spared by these catastrophic floods, as sadly 64 learners, 1 educator and 1 food handler lost their lives. As a result of the devastating floods, a number of schools and administrative buildings suffered infrastructure damage. It is in times like this where we need to draw strength from the words of former President Thabo Mbeki when he said, and I quote, "Gloom and despondency have never defeated adversity. Trying times need courage and resilience. Our strength as a people is not tested during the best of times. We should never become despondent because the weather is bad," unquote. Like a proverbial phoenix, the people of KwaZulu-Natal, working in unison, will rise once again and rebuild our province. The budget we are tabling today is a forward march on our journey to providing quality education, the kind that is informed by the needs of our economy, while preparing learners to be globally competitive citizens. It is a budget that should put necessary impetus on realizing our vision to be an innovative hub for quality teaching and learning that produces learners developed to exploit opportunities for lifelong success. on the 2021-22 review, which is about keeping our commitments to the previous budget speech. Honorable Chair, it is public knowledge that the year 2021 was a difficult academic year due to budget cuts. The effects of budget cuts were compounded by the impact of COVID-19 and July civil unrest. For a better part of the year, some schools were left with a gross insufficient number of educators as posts could not be filled. The net effect resulted in some subjects only being taught for a very limited time and thereby compromising the performance of our learners. Notwithstanding these difficulties and marginal decrease in the matric performance of 0.8%, we are satisfied with the overall performance of the system. The increase in the quality of passes and the performance in gateway subjects is indicative of a resilient and maturing education system in our country. This performance will not have been possible without the hard work, commitment, and dedication of the educators. These are educators who are steeped in the culture of service and sacrifice. We pride ourselves, Honorable Chair, to have such a character of educators which we can proudly call the mandarins of our sector. Madam Speaker, Honorable Chair, we have made it a norm in our department that when we make commitments, we do everything to make sure that we deliver on them. In the last budget speech, we committed to pay special focus on improving performance in gateway subjects such as mathematics, physical science, agricultural sciences, and other technical subjects. Today, we report that the pass percentage improved by 3.0% in mathematics, 1.5% in physical sciences, and 3.3% in agricultural sciences. As was the case in the previous academic year, we today also boldly making another undertaking that we are further going to improve these subjects in the 22 academic year. We are also pleased, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, to report to this House that we have completed building the following schools. Cosmo Primary School in Mkungundlovu District, Spumelele Secondary School in King Cetshwayo District, Bloemfontein Primary, and we are going to change this name, Chair. When we officially open the school, it will have a new name. In Herikwala, Ulovu Secondary School in Umlazi, Sokeni Secondary School, and Sinotando Secondary School in Umzinyati, Vezugusa Primary School in Mkanyagude District, Kwamiya Primary School in Uchugela. In respect of pit latrines, we remain true to the commitment to eradicate all pit latrines in the province by the end of this year. The province had identified 1,377 schools with pit latrines. Of that, 800 schools have new structures now, 408 schools have structures under construction, and 108 are on design and tender stage. And this 108 will be covered through the SAFE program, which is run by the National Department of Education. The remaining figure accounts for schools that were closed due to their non-viability status. Honorable Chair, we have directed the HOD and the team to do yet another audit of all schools in the province, so that when we say we have eradicated all the pit latrines in the province, we are not caught by surprise that there are schools that are left with such improper ablution facilities. So as we account on these numbers, the team from now on will then be doing an audit, so that when we make a pronouncement at the end of the year that indeed we have eradicated all the pit latrines, it is an announcement that is credible and that can be verified by anyone who is interested. The House will remember, Honorable Chair, that in 2019, the President announced a move towards the introduction of coding and robotics as a subject. The National Department of Basic Education, working with all provinces, has been hard at work to implement this important sector-changing announcement. To this end, 137 schools in Amajuba, Uthukela, Zululand, Umkhanyakude, King Cetshwayo, and Pinetown districts have been enrolled to pilot coding and robotics this academic year. And we are hoping that this pilot will be a success so that at least by next year we start offering this coding and robotics as a fully fledged subject in our schools. With respect to the modernizing ways of teaching, learning, and governance, we are proud to announce that all public schools in the province have been furnished with tabless devices to be used by principals to improve their functionality. This investment makes it possible for principals to spend most of their time within premises instead of being on the road to make submissions and attend meetings. Our view, Honorable Chair, is that a principal as a manager of a school, as a CEO of a school, must spend better time within the schooling premises so that he can be able to be accountable for each and everything that happens on a daily basis. We don't want principals who work as messengers. You know, there's a submission, the principal must drive for the whole day to a district office to make. She can now email that submission. When they're called to meeting, they can now connect virtually. And it's all principals, Honorable Chair. We also undertook to turn our schools into innovative hubs that are fit for purpose in line with our vision as a department. These innovative hubs are featured with the following features: access to digital content and Office 365 applications, whole school-based Wi-Fi network with internet services targeting 10 MB upload and download capabilities in all classrooms, replacements of all chalkboards with non-reflective whiteboards, establishment of smart classrooms with interactive smart screens, hybrid libraries, provision of 40 learner laptops per school on a mobile trolley, providing all educators in the school with laptops. Of the 54 schools identified to receive this investment, 24 schools have been completed. 24 schools, I'm sure we can favor honorable members with the list of those schools so that they can also visit some of them to witness this exciting development. And the work proceeds in the remaining 30 schools, notwithstanding the difficulties resulting from the shortage of stock in the country and the escalation of the rand-dollar exchange rates, considering the fact that most of these resources are manufactured outside our country. Marching forward toward our destiny, the first section that we are reporting on, Chair, is in the implementation of the revised 2022 academic improvement plan. For this academic year, the Premier of the province has set a target of 80% for the matric pass rate. It was also very clear that all districts should perform at 80% and above. For this to be realized, we've put in place an academic improvement plan which rests on the following pillars: arresting district circuit and schools decline, provisioning of educators, sufficient educators, basic schools functionality and productivity, curriculum delivery and learner achievement, supporting struggling learners, gateway subject-specific interventions, special support for special schools, promotion of reading for meaning, curriculum biased teacher development, tracking and analyzing learner progress, as well as accountability sessions. And I want to expand on this point, Chair, Honorable Chair, on the accountability sessions, that we are not only making principals of schools that have performed below the target, which is 60%, to account as to what went wrong. It's everyone in the system, from the principal to the MEC himself. Every one of us must account what went wrong. And in these accountability sessions that we have held, we have realized that the problem or certain problems are actually throughout the system. You'll find that in a particular school, the principal or the SMT dropped the ball. In another, we'll find that it's district office or circuit managers. In others, we'll find that it's head office that actually could not approve certain things on time. There was a school where, Honorable Chair, they applied for a substitute teacher in December last year. But by March this year, the department had not provided that substitute teacher. And the problem was between the district and the head office. Now, these accountability sessions help us to then identify who is dropping the ball in the system. And we have made it clear to the HOD that whoever will be found to have let us down must face consequences, so that all of us are accountable and are able to take our work seriously. All districts and schools have developed their corresponding improvement plans, including those that are subject specifics. We monitor the implementation of each pillar regularly, and reports are discussed in our monthly MENCO meetings. We do want to encourage legislature members, Honorable Chair, to also assess these areas when they visit schools during the school functionality programs. On the primary school early reading improvement project, our focus is not only at matric performance, but also on the performance of the entire schooling system. It is for this reason that every time we release matric results, we also release the document that accounts for the performance of all grades. We are introducing a number of programs to ensure that we realize better performance at each grade. Amongst the programs we have introduced is the primary school early reading improvement project, which is in the context of the reading strategy that we spoke about in the previous budget speech. This program focuses on empowering educators to teach English as a first additional language, as well as subject advisors and SMT members, by establishing their understanding on the principles and practices through routines and methodologies. During the 2021 academic year, we managed to train 507 SMTs in 326 schools. In the current financial year, we are going to continue putting together all the building blocks that will ultimately cement our position at the top in as far as producing good results is concerned. On early childhood development, according to ATMO, and I quote, early and appropriate provisioning and interventions make it possible for children to grow and develop their full potential, resulting in increased primary school enrollment, enhanced school performance, lower repetition and dropout rates, as well as reducing the need for costly remedial interventions to address developmental lag and social problems later in life. Van der Kerk and Pucha also further assess that, and I quote, available evidence indicates that access to quality early childhood programs play a critical role in the offsetting inequalities by protecting children against the effects of poverty, poor nutrition, inadequate health, as well as lack of education. The above statements, Honorable Chair, sum up the rationale of the decision to migrate early childhood development from Department of Social Development to the Department of Education with effect from 1 April 2022. While the function now officially resides with Department of Education, the two departments still work together on transitional arrangements, which inter alia will focus on the norms and standards for an ideal ECD center, the curriculum coverage, the qualification of ECD practitioners, and other related and associated matters. Now, we want, Chair, to make sure that an ECD center is fit for purpose. Now, during this transitional period, we must have a discussion and decision on what qualifies to be an ECD center. We must have a discussion and decisions on what happens to ECD centers that are in the backyards of certain families or households. What becomes the role of government, including the practitioners, their qualifications, and the fact that, Honorable Chair, you may find out that a particular practitioner is a seasoned practitioner. someone who's above the age limit in terms of the Employment Act and the Public Service Act, a seasoned. Now, what do we do with that practitioner? So those are things that we'll have a discussion on during this transitional arrangement or transitional period. We do, however, want to register our concern that whilst it is a norm that the budget follows the function, the ECD function shift was followed by a reduced grant funding. This will put strain on the department's capacity to at least maintain that which we inherited. On teacher development, according to Michael Soskill, a 2017-2018 Pennsylvania Teacher of the Year and a recipient of the Global Teacher Prize, said, and I quote, "Outstanding education systems are filled with outstanding schools. Outstanding schools are made so because they are filled with outstanding teachers," unquote. This is the understanding that informs our attention to teacher development. Amongst the programs implemented on teacher development include a program called Just in Time, which has seen 8,750 grade 10 to 12 educators in 12 gateway subjects being equipped with the latest methodologies and content depth in their respective subjects for improved NSC results. Keeping in line with our resolve to improve the pass percentage in technical subjects, 236 technical subject educators were capacitated through a 5-day intensive practical training session. Training on agricultural management practices and agricultural technology was conducted for 44 educators. Similarly, training was also conducted for 26,272 literacy and numeracy educators for both FET and GET in order to improve learning outcomes. A total of 77,041 educators, amongst them the principals, deputy principals, and departmental heads and post-level 1 educators, were trained on the new performance management system for school-based educators, which is known as Quality Management System. This is in preparation for a full-scale implementation of this system in the current financial year. A total of 889 foundation phase educators have been trained on digital skills, a curriculum and ICT integration program, which we started rolling out in February this year. The program is aimed at improving educator skills in remote teaching and learning. This program exposes educators to online learning and teaching tools for teaching and assessment. It also equips them to enhance teaching through the use of digital technologies, including radio and television lessons. With respect to curriculum management and leadership programs, 6,222 school management teams members underwent training on Chigimfundo, Module 1, and 3,768 were trained on Module 2, covering leading change for improvement of curriculum coverage. Consistent with our desire, we have a newly appointed SMT members being capacitated on their new roles and responsibility. 1,083 were inducted. These leadership and management programs are aimed at enhancing the capacity of principals and other SMT members to improve the management of schools so that there is effective teaching and learning. To institutionalize teacher development and training, we have resolved to repurpose the Dokis building in Durban into a fully fledged teacher training academy. The upgrade and the resourcing of this building will be undertaken over the next few years, with 100 million set aside in the current financial year. The establishment of professional learning communities. At the core of a successful education system lies a healthy and active professional learning communities that are geared towards ensuring the transformation of teaching and learning for better outcomes. With the PLCs, we will be able to ensure a whole staff involvement in the process of intensive reflection upon practices and desired learner benchmarks. This process will at the same time monitor the outcomes to ensure positive results. Through PLCs, educators will continually learn from one another, via shared visioning and planning, as well as in-depth critical examination of what works and what doesn't work. This will be done in order to enhance learner achievement. In addition, it is worth mentioning that the implementation of the lesson planning approach in teaching mathematics since 2018 has led to the establishment of mathematics PLCs in 9 districts at school and cluster levels. On automation of working systems, antiquated ways of doing things in the department is now a gross disadvantage and is causing many challenges, including financial leakages. The unreasonable leakages or the unreasonable accumulation of staff debt, poor management of staff leave, failure to pay substitute educators on time, and delays in the appointment and placement of educators, as well as unreliable data from certain schools can be attributed in both to the archaic ways or systems of the department and unprofessionalism of some within the department. And I want to be upfront with this, Honorable Chair, that actually there are employees who don't qualify to be employees of government. They are just employees who are only as content as receiving salary at the end of the month, and want to put an end to that. We have some of these problems because there are employees who are not doing their work. You will find that we are unable to replace a teacher for months on end because a particular employee is sitting with a file in office. We'll find that we are unable to hire a substitute educator and pay them on time, by the way, Chair. You know, I was asking to colleagues, how does it happen that we appoint a substitute educator for 4 months? We don't pay them or that substitute educator for that period of 4 months. We rehire him or her in December for the purpose of payment again and then exit him again in the system. It's something, Chair, that probably will require you to smoke something to understand, because a human being cannot really understand that. And I don't want to be associated with something that I'm not used to in my life to do in order to understand this abnormality. It must come to an end. So that is why we are saying, let's improve our systems of work, but also let's deal with those who are not professional enough in the system. And to this end, we have resolved to automate our systems to correct these wrongs, and as I said, improve the efficiency and effectiveness. We have launched this program of automating the working systems in Zululand district a few months ago, and began training a number of educators and officials on how to use the available solution. It is anticipated that the rollout of this program to all districts will be completed at the end of this academic year. The challenges I enumerated above should be the thing of the past once this solution is fully implemented across the department. Embracing technology in our classrooms. Professor Klaus Schwab, the founder of the executive and the executive chairman of the World Economic Forum, observed, and I quote, "Embracing technology as an instrument of empowerment in the classroom can enhance teaching. Innovations in technology today make it possible to synthesize and analyze data to tailor pedagogy to individual student needs and provide feedback in real time. Significantly reduced costs allow students from drastically different parts of the world to collaborate on projects and create platforms for sharing best practices across the world, unquote. This important observation explains our obsession with turning our classrooms into innovative hubs. In this financial year, we have further identified another 54 schools to benefit from our integrated ICT program of modernizing ways of teaching and learning and governance, as we spoke about earlier on. We'll further embark on the following: establishment of robotics laboratories in 9 schools, whilst piloting the coding and robotics as a subject. revamping the KZN Funda portal to accommodate features of the fourth industrial revolution, provisioning of visualizers to 120 schools to effect online facilitation of visual classrooms, building a studio at Dokis to facilitate virtual learning to be streamed live on social media platforms. Ladies and gentlemen, ICT is at the center of our resolve to change our education system in the province for better. It is our aim that in the next few years, this province should be ranked amongst the most digitally enabled provinces in our country. We have also made it a point that we focus on previously disadvantaged areas where it was a rare occasion for previous government to prioritize the needs of our people. On the contact center, we have realized that one of the ways to remain efficient and relevant is by ensuring that our customers, parents, learners, and stakeholders know and understand what the department is doing. This can be achieved through regular communication between the department and those who are interested in our cause of existence. As such, to ease communication between the department, stakeholders, and the public from this financial year onwards, we will establish a contact center that will be housed in Dokis in our building in Durban. Over the past years, the existing call center has been deemed ineffective despite available personnel responsible for receiving and ensuring timeous resolution of complaints logged within the unit. Most of the inefficiencies have been attributed to operating an offline or manual system, which is unable to track, trace, and follow up on queries and complaints. There is no doubt that these inefficiencies have tainted the reputation of our department. As part of improving systems, the department has started the process of setting up a modern contact center, which is worthy of its magnitude with a view of enhancing service delivery and monitoring. As we continue to be innovative in our approach, a large volume of queries are likely to be received. Schools or individuals are expected to contact the department seeking assistance with regard to the system and devices that have recently been deployed. This includes any other initiative or project that the department embarks on. Most of these queries are likely, obviously, to include human resource issues, governance, and finance. This contact center will be a one-stop information center, which will take a shape of a modern-day contact center, a central point which the department manages all customer interactions across various channels. The primary purpose will be to offer parents, stakeholders, and learners an efficient and effective technical support as well as customer services. Considering the size and the available expertise within the department, a hybrid approach will be implemented in this financial year. This means that although some activities can be handled internally, there will be some that will have to be outsourced to an experienced and reputable entity with a view of eventually transferring skills to internalize the functioning of the center, this contact center. On infrastructure, development and maintenance, during this financial year, Honorable Chair, we further undertake to deal with all key infrastructure projects that we could not finish in the previous financial year, such as the construction of the following schools: Dingukwazi Secondary, Uzile Primary, Pumanyova Secondary, Esdumbeni Primary and Mpegwa Secondary School in Zululand, Fundokuhle Secondary in Mzinyati, Lloyd's Primary and Intunjambili Secondary in Ilembe, Marine Hill Primary in Pinetown, Kosi Mkwazeni Secondary, and Manyampisi Primary in Mkanyagude District. The department will also continue to prioritize upgrading of schools infrastructure at the following schools: Menzi Secondary in Umlazi, Dlilanga Secondary, Wanyamazane Primary, Siyakula Primary in Mkanyagude, Bulwa in Primary in Herikwala, Mkonjwana in Mkungundlovu, Siyakhanyisa Primary in King Cetshwayo, Mzingezu Secondary in Ilembe District. This financial year, Honorable Chair, we will also see the completion of the following fit for purpose special schools: Inanda Special School in Umlazi, Tonga Special School in Pinetown, YWCA Special School in Amachuba. The other prioritized special school projects for implementation in the current financial year are Musa, Zamimpilo, and Bawelile Special Schools in Zululand. These projects are, however, in pre-construction stages, and we are moving with speed to expedite all processes that will see or that will actually lead to construction getting underway as soon as possible. The work of constructing new state-of-the-art schools is continuing in various parts of our provinces. Among the schools that we are currently building are Tandi Secondary and Ukabangeni Nomzinyati, Solomon Mahlangu Primary, JG Zuma Secondary in Pinetown, Polokolo Primary School in Herikwala, and we're not going to change the name, Chair, there at JG Zuma Primary School. Polokolo Primary School in Herikwala, Collingwood Primary School in Umlazi District, Woodlands Primary in Mkungundlovu. The department is pleased to report that great progress has been recorded with regard to the appointment of the contractor for the construction of the Maritime School in Umlazi District. This will take place in the first quarter of this financial year. Whilst we continue to register progress in rehabilitating the aging infrastructure in our schools, natural disasters and criminality conspire to set us back in this regard. The recent devastating floods in the province left a trail of destruction in our schools, with 630 schools reporting different degrees of damage. On the other hand, criminals continue to destroy our schools, as it happened recently in Mkanyagude district in a school called Twazi Combined School, which was set alight by the criminals. All these unfortunate incidents happen against the backdrop of a shrinking infrastructure budget. As a people, we need to stand together to fight criminality and avoid exacerbating climate change, which is increasingly results in these regular incidents of disasters. With respect to the restoration and rehabilitation of all schools' infrastructure that has recently been damaged by the floods, we have adopted a three-pronged approach where schools have been categorized according to the extent of the damage suffered. The first category relates to schools with damages where restoration and rehabilitation will be implemented by the STPs. The second category will be done by the district, and the third category will be done by the head office using our implementing agents. On cost-cutting measures, over and above the provincial cost-cutting measures, the department has further imposed certain restrictions in order to save certain costs and redirect funds where it matters most, and that is at a school level. Our collective view is that most of the funds should be spent at the school level as opposed to district and head office. What we actually need at these levels is to improve professionalism and work ethics amongst the workforce. To this end, we have reduced traveling claims, limited government petrol cards to 3,000 per vehicle per month, as well as limiting the usage of legal firms to only complicated matters. You know, Chair, these government cars, they're unlimited petrol cards. So you could swipe at any time, at any day, at any time. I mean, that's why you see them on Sundays going around shopping, and all of those things. So we are now saying we are going to limit you to 3,000. So that after this, you can then motivate to the HOD why the hold must be uplifted. Because we can't afford that these government cars continue to be abused as it happens. The department is also spending a lot of money bailing out schools owing their domestic accounts. This is unsustainable and must come to an end. As such, we'll be embarking on auditing all schools that owe their domestic accounts, and where the need arises, the department will withhold monies in future and pay domestic accounts directly from head office. Chair, we're also talking about the reviving of the school sports. The House will remember that school sport was identified as a critical priority and the foundation for identification of the development talent of in our country. And as a result, Chair, I can report to this House that the Provincial Executive Council has approved the school sports, arts and culture strategy. We have also finalized the process of reviewing the memorandum of understanding between Department of Education and the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. We'll be signing that soon. And then we kickstart with the reintroduction of sports, arts and culture in our schools. And we think that's an exciting development, given the fact that the issue of sports took a backseat in the previous years. Now we want to reintroduce it so that we can unearth talent at a very young age. But also sport is now an economic activity. It's not about fighting social ills. You know, I don't buy into this debate that we must engage young people into sports so that we fight against social ills. Yes, that's fine. But it should be more about economic activity so that a family can live out of a young boy or girl who's involved in sport. And that is our preoccupation, Honorable Chair. I'm trying to race against time, Lalo. Now we still have time. And now we want to deal with a section where, Chair, we are saying we need to declare a holy war against drugs and dangerous weapons in our schools. Schools, Chair, are places for teaching and learning. And I want to repeat this one, Chair. Schools are places for teaching and learning, and not for other unsavory things. The protection of teaching and learning environment is primarily a responsibility of community members as opposed to educators. Educators are trained to teach, not to fight against drugs and dangerous weapons which come from our communities. We are making a call that communities must not abdicate their responsibilities to schools. As long as our communities are not able to cleanse themselves of these drugs and dangerous weapons, our schools will not be spared. The society must unite and wage a relentless fight against drug lords and win this battle from street to street and house to house. We need to take back our peace of mind in this regard. The fight against social ills begins in our families and in our communities. It does not help to call for a change in curriculum because of the effects of an unstable family and communities. You know, Chair, children or kids will bring drugs to schools. And then some people will say the solution is to change the curriculum to what? I mean, what is that? Change curriculum to what? When we actually should be preoccupied with the curriculum that will give learners necessary expertise, skills, and knowledge that is required for the economy. Some of the things must be fought and won in the families, in our communities, so that we avoid burdening our educators with all these other things and the temptation for easy solution that we must change the curriculum whenever there are social ills experienced. We also want to send a stern warning to parents and communities who disrupt teaching and learning. There is no problem so immense that it leads parents or community members to close a school and restrict teaching and learning. We don't believe that there can be amount of a problem that can lead to that. The right to education of a child is sacrosanct because of the importance of education. And the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights had this to say about the importance of education. Education is both a human right in itself and an indispensable means of realizing other human rights. As an empowering right, education is a primary vehicle by which economically and socially marginalized individual adults and children can live themselves out of poverty and obtain the means of participating or to participate fully in their communities. Education has a vital role in empowering women, safeguarding children from exploitative and hazardous labor and sexual exploitation, promoting human rights and democracy, protecting the environment. But the importance of education is not just practical. A well-educated, enlightened, and active mind, able to wander freely and widely, is one that enjoys and rewards, is one of the joys and rewards of human existence, unquote. But also Section 28, subsection 2 of our Constitution prescribes that children's best interests are of paramount importance in every matter that concerns a child. Therefore, the Department of Education is enjoined to protect the interest of the children even against their own parents. To protect these interests, the Department of Education is moving ahead with the Basic Education Laws Amendment Bill, which amongst other things seek to criminalize disruption of schools. So people now who are disrupting schools, once this bill is passed, will be charged criminally so that we protect the future of our children. Honorable Chair, allow me to present the budget allocated to the Department of Education as follows. Under Program 1, which is administration, 2,291,617,000. Yona le. Uningile. Yeah, it's 2,291,617,000. That's Program 1. It's not million. Program 2, which is public ordinary schools, it's 45,877,836,000. That was really kick. Yeah. The independent school subsidies, which is Program 3, is 95,799,000. Yeah. So where's he but it's 19,500,799,000. Public special schools is 1,420,736,000. Early childhood development, Honorable Koza, let's just call it is Paleto Luini, Mr. Koza, is 1,930,284,000. Program 6, which is infrastructure, 2,700,000,811,000. Program 7, which is examinations, 3,163,705,000. The total of 57,480,788,000 is tabled, Chair, before this committee. On conclusion, Chair, I want to take this opportunity to thank our educators for their invaluable and constant contribution to our education efforts. Our educators are our foot soldiers who ensure that sometimes under difficult conditions that our future leaders are empowered to face the world. We also want to thank all our educators, educator unions who have demonstrated over years that even though they represent the workers and are champions of the fair labor practice, they also have interests of our learners at heart. As one would expect, at times we differ and engage robustly, but it never escapes us that the most important people who are learners, whose brighter collective futures are what we need to secure and give them a fighting chance in life. I also want to thank the Premier and my colleagues in the Executive Council for the support and the guidance that they always give. The Chair of the Portfolio Committee and all the Portfolio Committee members, we thank you for the support and guidance. To the African National Congress, the People's Organization, we say thank you so much for your continued leadership. We serve at your behest as you lead on behalf of the people. Honorable Chair, I also want to thank my family, my wife and the kids for the support that they always give to me. You know, among others, I go home and find comfort, Honorable Kika. I also want to thank all our officials led by HOD Mapoloba. We thank you again for your support. We also want to pay tribute to our former HOD, Dr. Nzama, who unfortunately departed recently. we pay tribute for the sterling work that it did, having to steer the ship and ensure that the sustainability and upward trajectory and mobility of our department. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair.
Angithi leyo mali kukhulunywe ngayo nje nayizolo ku-general budget debate umi approveke ngabanye akekho ozoyishintsha. Yezwa nje ukuthi umhlonishwa ukhoza uthenya ize kuyena. Hayi kusho ukuthi funeka ayo reverse debate yayizolo because the debate of yesterday will be concluded next Friday. Aye, but hey, there's a very little opportunity that this department will be deprived even of a cent. No, on a serious note, colleagues, we would want to, before we invite the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Education, would like to welcome Honorable MEC of Social Development in KwaZulu-Natal, Honorable Khoza, who is seated there. She has come to support her colleague in the executive. Yeah. Oh, they are supportana. Nani get supportana, but for never get supportana. Kulama categories lakhona. So that's what I wanted to indicate. I don't remember welcoming the guest of the MEC for Education, if there are any. I don't remember. Some might be connected and otherwise we are welcoming them because their presence in this engagement gives us comfort because education is a societal issue. To the honorable members who will be debating, I don't want to have a dispute. When you come to the podium, there is a computer on my right hand, which is operated by Mshazi. That computer will show you the speaking time that I would have announced. If the speaking time has come to an end, because you don't have more than that time allocated, would request that you comply and stop your debate. It's unfortunate, these are the rules of this house. Now I'm going to the real business. Oh, before the real business, Msheng, already I'm coordinating a very powerful team that will investigate as to whether there is any discussion anywhere around the intention to change the name of a particular school. So I'm going to Kwamashu and Ninanda to convene that meeting so that we investigate and then make sure that we intervene. That was on a lighter note, colleagues. We are now inviting this chairperson of the Education Portfolio Committee, who is allocated 10 minutes to deliver the report of the department, of the Education Portfolio Committee. This is Honorable S.M. Sonjika. Sicela uzeke mhlonishwa kodwa bazaqala bakusanitize. It must comply. Ama-mask njalo ahlale egqokiwe bafowethu ngoba open is a closed space. For you to sabe ngifundo esisho. Sikhona siyazazi ke. Sikhona for sure. discussa i-change Zoom. Ngase sibe nenkinga out of the meeting of tonight. Okay, so Bolwane.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Nkosi, Honorable MEC Mshengu, Honorable MEC Koza, Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee of Education, the province of KwaZulu-Natal, good afternoon. Good afternoon to the officials of the department as well. As the chair had indicated earlier on, the report was tabled in the House according to the rules. The department submitted their draft APP 2022-23 and the draft budget were submitted to the committee on the 29th of March 2022. This allowed a period of 6 days for the committee to analyze documents and receive a briefing on them. The 2022-23 budget for the Department of Education sees an increase from 53 billion to 57 billion. The Education Portfolio Committee was not able to hold its annual stakeholders meeting in December 2021, January 2022. However, a Portfolio Committee budget meeting was held on the 5th of April 2022. It was then followed by a budget hearing with Finance Portfolio Committee on the 7th of April 2022. In the committee's analysis of the draft APP and the draft budget, the committee noted the largest share of the department's budget of about 82% goes to compensation of the employees. And we are told that the acceptable benchmark for the compensation of employees should be about 80%. The department exceeds this for the 2022-23 financial year and over MTEF by 2%. This is inclusive of conditional grants. The situation is worsened when the conditional grants are removed from the total budget. The department is only left with approximately 9% for operational expenditure. We also noted the low transfers to schools is a concern to the committee, meaning as it leads to intergovernmental cash flow crisis where schools cannot pay local municipalities for their domestic accounts, fully thus impacting on teaching and learning and the core service delivery area of the department. Of great concern to the members in this 2022-23 budget is inability to increase the norms and standards to the national suggested rate. We note that the department is focusing over the MTF to youth better prepared for future learning and world of work, a competent cohort of educators with requisite skills for curriculum delivery and assessment in changing the world. The committee also noted the early childhood development grant that was implemented due to the funding shift from DSD to the basic education department. The department reported to have adopted the following principles during the budget process, focusing on obtaining value for money by termination of employees exits on time to prevent overpayments, recover debts from employees timelessly, revenue enhancing strategies, e.g. parking and housing rentals, placement of educators in correct post and correct PPN, identify non-core service delivery and redirect them to enhance core service delivery, central procurement, especially on furniture and security. approved database of service providers for service required, e.g. forensic maintenance, standard prices for common products of service procured. The committee noted the increase of the National School Nutrition Program and Math, Science and Technology grants. The committee believes that if the Department of Education continues to slowly spend on this grant, it will miss an opportunity of becoming a mathematics province as outlined by the department's priorities. The increase of compensation of employees, which reflects the growth of 6.6 in 2022-23, the ICT strategy is reducing unnecessary cost. As I said, these were the issues that were noted by the committee. The committee noted the following concerns in respect to 2022-23 budget. The Funza Lushaga bursary target, which has been reduced. I know members, this was explained to members, but we raised that as a concern. The percentage of women school principals, which is below 50%, it's a serious concern to us. The failure of some schools in paying their domestic accounts, the department's low inconsistent spending pattern for the MST and learners with profound disabilities grants, no budget for the modernization of schools infrastructure, the department's strategy in dealing with surplus educators, the compensation of employees, which is 91% and above the acceptable benchmark of 80%, the non-filling of funded post, it's a concern of the committee. We raised this because there is also a chair of finance here, and the committee took a resolution that we will have to have a meeting between the Committee of Education and the Committee of Finance to raise some of our concerns as the committee in relation to this issue of non-filling of budget posts that are budgeted for. Honorable Chair, we also noted the Department of Education is engaging on a number of infrastructure projects that is required, that requires a close monitoring thereof. The committee resolved that we should be provided with a plan on infrastructure spending with a list of infrastructure programs planned for the financial year. Honorable Chair, the committee noted above concerns. Committee supported the budget as follows. The African National Congress supported the budget. Inkatha Freedom Party supported the budget. Minority parties supported the budget. Democratic Alliance supported the budget, but reserves their right to vote differently on individuals' program. In closing, I would like to express my appreciation to MEC Honorable K.I. Mshengu, the head of the department, Mr. G.N. Ngobo, and all the officials of the Department of Education for doing their best to improve the state of education in our province. Many thanks also goes to the members of the Portfolio Committee for their positive contributions towards issues pertaining to education. In addition, I would like to thank the support staff of the committee for their valuable input to both the budget and APP. I thank you very much, Honorable Chair. But nobody is going to change JG Zuma.
We are getting support, Mshengu, yes. Hey, engathi hayi. Hayi engandokuhlangana ngisawuthi. Mawunale yakwethu insizwa. Ukhekha ngeke ayivume. Ukhekha won't accept it. Thank you very much, honorable members. We are now starting the debate. According to my speakers list, we have honorable members allocated 12 minutes. And this honorable member comes from the African National Congress. This is Honorable LXH Hlongwa Madlala, honorable member You have to come before, after sanitization.
Siyabonga kakhulu sihlalo umhlangano Honorable Nkosi, Honorable Chairperson, Ndlangamandla, ikomiti lethu lezemfundo, MEC wethu, Baba Msheng, Nhloko yomnyango, Mapholoba, nezisebenzi zonke zomnyango, inyunyana zothisha, abafundi nabazali, nezakhamuzi zonke zaKwaZulu-Natal. Sihlangane esikhathini esibuhlungu lapho isifundazwe sethu sehlelwe inhlekelele ehambe nabantu abangaphezulu kwamakhulu 400 okubalwa kubo nezingane zesikole eziwu-64, uthisha yedwa ne-food handler, nokuthi-ke kulimala ingqalasizinda efaka phakathi izikole. Besisathi siyavuka ngesihlalo ukhuvethe nakwi-unrest njengoba sabona iqhwanqhwangu zingenele izitolo zayitapela zaze zazoshisa nezikole zalimaza ingqalasizinda. Besingakasindi ke lapho sase sishiwa uHosiyana owabe inhloko yalomnyango esithi kwe-MEC Dudu iduduzeke. We extend our condolences to all our compatriots who lost their family members at this juncture, and we also want to say to the schools that lost their learners, akwehlanga olungehliyo, may God comfort you. Sihlangana enkundleni yamandla futhi sihlalo lapho kufanele sithathe khona iy'nqumo ezinqala ukuvikela ikusasa lezwe lethu njengoba umphathiswa esekhulumile, sivikele ikusasa labantwana nawothisha kanjalo nalabo abasekela imfundo yethu ukube ibe ngephendula kahle esimeni somnotho ozikayo nasekwandeni kobubha, inkohlakalo kanye nokwesweleka kwamathuba omsebenzi kakhulukazi kubantu abasha. According to the World Bank, government expenditure is aimed at a variety of objectives, including economic development and social goals or redistribution objectives. Hence, governments need sound fiscal policies concerning government revenues, expenditures, and borrowing to achieve macroeconomic stability and other government objectives. This has been the case for the South African context since 1994. The period immediately prior to and immediately following the demise of apartheid was characterized by a financial administrative system that was rule-bound, with accounting officers assuming a passive role in public financial management. The public financial management system in South Africa was centralized with a focus on inputs rather than outputs and outcomes. No attention was focused on value for money. However, this has changed. Eminyakeni edlule sibona uhulumeni wethu uqikelela kakhulu indaba yokuthi imali esiyinikeziwe ithengani futhi ithenga kanjani, value for money, okungenye yezindlela yokuzilanda ngokubuswa kwabantu. Lapha KwaZulu-Natal isabelo zimali somnyango silokhu senyuka njalo ukukhombisa ukuzibophezela nokuyinikezela kahulumeni wethu oholwa yi-African National Congress uguqula izimpilo zabantu ngokuvula iminyango yemfundo nokwenezela izinsiza ezinjenge-technology, libraries, laboratories, ukusiza ukuthi abantwana bafunde bagogode nabo bakwazi ukuzimela njengabantu bomthelela ezweni abaphila kulo. The department's budget decreased by 4 billion from 57,246,803,000 in year 2021 to 53 billion year 2021-22, a decrease of approximately 7.7%. The budget shows an 0.8% increase of 4,297,000,000 to 57,480,788,000, which is above the inflationary adjustment due to a myriad of reasons explained by the department during our budget hearing. Semukela iqhingasu lokuvikela kusetshenziswa kwezimali budlabha njengoba umnyango usethulele i-fiscal strategy ngesikhathi sizoxoxa ngesabelo simali. Okunye sifisa ukugcizelela mhlonishwa usihlalo njengoba kuvelile ekomidini iskopa ukuthi imali ebalelwa ku-48 billion bilokhu ikhula iminyaka ngeminyaka kusukela ku-2001 kuze kube u-2020 ithathwa njengemali engasebenzanga kahle nangendlela irregular expenditure. Nomnyango wezemfundo awusalanga lapho kanti lo mnyango udla ngamapayipi. Kuhle kuba lo mnyango ucophelele ukusebenza kwezimali. Nakuba kubonakala sengathi lo mnyango unemali eningi, kodwa uma usucwaninga kahle kuyabonakala ukuthi lo mnyango uzike wavela ngesicoco enhluphekweni yokweswela imali. Lo mnyango ongomkhulu kulandela ozokuvikela kuleli zwe senkingeni yokuthi isabelo zimali zawo asikwazi ukusiza ukuvala isikhala ezivuleka uma kushiya umuntu emsebenzini. Okusiphatha kabi ukuthi umnyango omgcini mafa KwaZulu-Natal ukhuluma into eyodwa ngalolu daba njengoba kuwulwazi oludala ukuthi uma kuzovalwa isikhala kumele kubhalelwe wona kanye nehhovisi kaNdunankulu ukuba sivalwe leso sikhala. Okumangalisayo ukuthi lo osuke kade ekhona usuke ehola kodwa nje uma ke waphuma bese kuthiwa imali ayikho. Kulo nyaka lomthelelo wokwehliswa kwezimali budget cuts ulaphaya eqashweni nasekhokhelweni kwabafundisi nabasebenzi ngoba abantu abangu-2123 ngeke bakwazi ukuqasheka ngenxa yemali enganele kanti lokwehlisa isibalo esivumelekile fixed staff establishment of 205,380. This reflects a projected shortfall of 974 million in year 2023, 22-23, 3.1 billion year 22-23-24, and 3.2 billion in year 24-25 to fully fund the establishment. This comprises of 82% of the MTF, which is a huge share of the department's budget. The budget cuts against COE was as a result of no cost of living salary increases for public servants, which means 0% increase commencing from 2021 to 2022 onward. The budget cuts directly affect Program 2, 4, and 5. The critical questions we must ask ourselves is how is the department going to control its expenditure so that it doesn't run away, especially the COE in the year 2022-23? And how will it fill the critical funded posts? What will be the transversal long-lasting effects of budget cuts in the Department of Education to the greater population that benefits from the education? Siyafisa ukusho njengamalunga kaKhongolose ukuthi lokhu kwehliswa kwemali kudicelela phansi ukusebenza kwalo mnyango nokulethwa ngokushesha kosizo ezikoleni zethu nasemahhovisi asebenza ukusekela imfundo. Lo mnyango nakuba ubonakala sengathi unemali eningi kodwa iqiniso lithi uyentula futhi imali eningi yekholeleni othisha nokuletha okwenza ukuthi-ke izinsiza goods and services zishayeke kakhulu emfundweni yethu. Sinovalo lokuthi kwehliswa kwemali kwesabelo zimali eminyakeni edlule nakulo mnyaka osikuwo nakwelandelayo kungaba nomthelelo omubi empumelelweni yohlaka lokusebenza i-APP ka-2022-23 to the going forward. Lolu hlaka luqukethe iqhingasu lokufukula imfundo ngokufakela izikole ezingaphezu kwa-5,957 izindlu zangasese, amanzi, ugesi. Uma imali ingekho yokwenza lokhu ngenxa yokungakwazi ukuqasha abasebenzi nokuthenga izinto ezosiza ukuba izikole zethu zibe izindawo lapho kwakhiwa khona kucijwe ngamakhono abafundi babe ngabaphumelelayo uma kuvela amathuba njengokuba kusho umbono. It is easy for this vision to be aborted because of the politics that surround budgets in this country. While it is a good thing to exercise fiscal prudence and good governance, however, we must be very cautious of a one-size-fits-all approach when it comes to budget cuts, particularly for this department. Uma sifuna abampisholo ukuba babe ngabaphumelele, kumele sibheke ukuthi imali engena ezikoleni norms and standards iyakhushulwa njengoba isineminyaka ime endaweni eyodwa kanti amathuluzi nezinsiza okusebenza zona zimile ukukhuphuka emakethe. Norms and standards due to the 2022-23 MTF budget cuts, they've been affected such that they are being funded below the national recommendation, which affects the procurement of textbooks, stationery, and payment of domestic accounts, which results in schools not being able to pay their municipal bills. The shortfall to increase the norms and standards to the recommended nationally suggested rates is 1.4 billion. Uma sizokwazi ukwenza konke lokhu ade kushow MEC wethu nge-technology in classroom, Treasury must heed our call of reviewing its one-size-fits-all approach in budget cuts. Kufanele mazoletha uguquko ezimpilweni zabantu bakithi abamnyama ababecindezelwe, sibhekisise kahle umbono ka-2030 ukuthi sesikuphi nawo njengoba kulotshiwe ukuthi developments in science and technology are fundamentally altering the way people live. Science and technology are key to equitable economic growth because technological and scientific revolutions underpin economic advances, improvements in health systems, education, and infrastructure. Science and technology are critical pillars of our education now and in the future, and therefore our budgets now and in the future must factor in this aspect to ensure that our kids are competent and competitive in these areas. Nabasifisa kubona umnyango unikwa imali eningi isihlalo namalunga endlu, siyathanda futhi ukuthi umnyango wethu ufase isifoqiya ngokusebenzisa imali kahle, nalabo abathatha ngozwane ke basixolele manje, nalabo abanezici umnyango ungabi nasihe ngokuba isikhathi sokutotosa inkohlakalo sesedlule manje nasekusaseni. Kumele umphathiswa sazise ukuthi njengoba kusho kusikopha mayelana nokuthathela inyathelo zalabo abathintekayoekusetshenzisweni kwemali bidlabha, asichazele kulendlu ukuthi sebekuphi kulokho. Akusizi phela ukuba sime lapha sithi yenyuselwana imali, siyakhala impela ngokuthi yehla ekubeni izimo zomnotho zizimbi, kodwa nani nibe ningenzi kahle ngokuthi nithi lokho okuzonisiza ukuthuthukisa intsha yethu kuyikhiphe ebheni kodwa imali besisebenzisa kahle. We'll be also happy to know how far have you gone with the 708,170,179 submission which you withdrew from the list of condonations to Treasury and opted to deal with it within. Siyabonga-ke siyobonga-ke ukuzwa ukuthi senihambe nafikaphi ngalokho. Ikomiti lethu lezemfundo liyazazi zonke iy'nkinga ebhekene nomnyango. Siyafisa futhi ukugcizelela kusho usihlalo wethu ukuthi uhlelo lokusingatha udaba lothisha, detailed management plan on surplus educators is very critical ngoba sasonke ukuthi le nkinga yezimali yenza ukuthi amanye amaklasi ethu ahlale engenabo othisha. Siphetha-ke ngokuthi egameni lenhlangano ebusayo i-ANC siyasemukela lesabelo zimali futhi siyazibophezela eqinisekiseni ukuthi sisetshenziswa ngendlela uguqula imfundo yethu ibe ngumkhonto ogwaza ugashula ijoka lencindezelo, ukungalingani, ububha nokudicilelwa phansi. Ngiyabonga sihlalo.
Oh. Ngathi kuthiwa khona abazodinga ukutolika. Thank you very much, Honorable Member. We are proceeding with our speakers list. For 7 minutes, we are going to invite the Honorable Member from the IFP. This is Honorable T.P. Mtetwa, who is going to debate through the virtual platform. Honorable Mtetwa.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Members and distinguished guests. Bishop and let me begin by extending my heartfelt gratitude to my wonderful home, the IFP, and to the beautiful people of KwaZulu-Natal for affording me this precious opportunity to serve in this committee on their behalf. It is with deep sadness that our province have been devastated by the widespread catastrophic flooding over the last few weeks. On behalf of the IFP, I would like to express my earnest sympathies to the families of the more than 435 people who have lost their lives in this tragedy and those that are still missing. We particularly express our deepest condolences to the families and schools of the 57 learners, a teacher and a food handler who lost their lives, not forgetting the 320,000 people that have been affected by the floods in one way or another. Our thoughts and prayers are with the staff, learners, parents, and their community at large. We applaud the Department of Education for the swift response of sending 98 mobile classrooms to the region to ensure that teaching and learning continues, and providing teachers and learners with the much needed counseling, as we all know that this disaster has had a huge negative impact psychologically, socially, and educationally. But I wish also to thank the IFP President, Ugocha, and the whole IFP caucus in KZN, who decided to go out and also visit the affected people, especially even some of the schools, donating some of material. We then said, ibambe lapho masotsha umntwana usithume khona lokho impela nje ukuthi asibe nabantu ngezikhathi zabo zokuhlupheka. However, as the IFP, we remain concerned with the 101 schools that remain inaccessible, 124 schools that have suffered extensive damage, and the 608 schools that were also affected by these floods. We urge the National Department to urgently intervene on this matter. We show our appreciation to the various departments at national, provincial level, political parties, municipalities, non-governmental organizations, businesses, and ordinary citizens who all come together and extended a helping hand in one way or another through distribution of basic relief materials such as food, funding, blanket, mattresses, coaches, clothes, etc. It is worrying that the preliminary figure on infrastructure damages currently stands at 442 million, when we are aware that KZN schools have a long road to recover. In this regard, we welcome the money that were allocated for the repairs of schools' infrastructure damage caused by storms in this province, but we are saying there were some schools that were previously damaged that are still pending repairs. Then we are urging MEC and the department and whoever to come and assist there. We are also concerned as the IFP. Not only have the recent flood have a devastating impact, there is also the existing massive infrastructure backlog from previous storms, floods, and unrest. While we acknowledge that strain on progress in repairs, maintenance, and upgrades has been worsened by budget cuts last year, we are aware that there is also a backlog of projects that were delayed due to ineptitude and incompetence of the department. This includes pit latrines, incomplete buildings of school, asbestos roofs, and many other issues that plagued the education system in the province for many years. I can just mention one thing as an example here. How does the department explain the incomplete building of anti-secondary school in Port Danford, which was announced to become one of the state-of-the-art back in 2013 when Honorable Nkonyeni was still the MEC of Education? I was glad that the MEC said something about the incompetency of the officials, because here nobody was aware that the school is still incomplete, but people they started complaining. Then we find that there is such an activity. The IFP also welcome the money that is allocated toward the existing issue of learner transport
We hope that the total qualifying schools, learners that require transport in the province can now be provided, although we feel that the money allocated is not enough. The IFP believe that investment in quality ECD program for young children has a significant effect on reducing poverty and inequality. It needs a government that is proactive in making education a top priority by ensuring that it invests in building a competent, accessible, and quality education system for children. We therefore welcome the allocation fund for the migration processes of early childhood development from the Department of Social Development to Department of Basic Education. We applaud this prompt implementation of the migration as we believe children stand to benefit from increased access to high quality early childhood education. But we also plead that the money allocated to the practitioners must be the same. There must be no difference from a school in Ward 8 to that school in Ward B. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Sona is up. Thank you very much for complying with my order. We are now coming to the next speaker, who is allocated 8 minutes. This honorable member comes from the Democratic Alliance, and his name is Honorable Kika. Honorable Kika. Can you sanitize first?
You must start it about 1 minute late. Huh? We have 3 minutes. I can see that. Greetings, Chairperson. We have recently lost many lives and many people have been displaced. The figures related to these have already been mentioned by the Honorable MEC, and we send our condolences to the family and the deceased and pray that the Almighty grants them strength to forbear their loss. Now, on a lighter note, the MEC was talking about holy wars, and I'm wondering if he belongs to the Taliban faction of the ANC, more particularly because he was talking about J.G. Zuma. Chairperson, we welcome many of the commitments to improve the quality of learning and teaching made by the MEC and a departure from the archaic systems that exist in the department. Chairperson, the triad of good education, we believe, has at its apex good leadership, and the other angles, like in an equilateral triangle, are parental involvement and sound infrastructure. Without these key areas all working together, there can never be proper and a conducive classroom environment, let alone a learner who will emerge ready to be part of the community that will serve to form a capable and ethical state. At the outset, of primary concern to the DA is that this key department will have 1.3 billion rand less to spend in this financial year than what it had at the end of the last financial year. And this department literally relies on its bank overdraft to survive, a bank overdraft estimated at 836 million rand. It is worrying that the leadership component of this education triad, we still find the inability to arrest the decline of the department's financial health as observed by the AG, and a decline in ensuring processes and procedures are not worsened in the financial year. As for the infrastructure component of this triad, it is estimated that the cost per the national minister will be 442 million rands for the recent storm damages, on top of the existing backlogs of the previous storm damages, not to mention almost 158 of the looted schools from July 2021. For these insurrection damaged schools, we believe that the ANC must take direct responsibility for the criminality, given that some of them were involved in the turmoil, fanning the simoom out there as we saw. This leaves program 6 of this budget in great despair. On top of this, there were 982 schools with pit latrines mentioned to the National Assembly in a report different from what the MEC mentioned today, and those with asbestos roofs, and those 5 or odd mud schools that still remain in the province, despite us previously hearing from the podium that they don't exist because they haven't vanished. Add to this the large number of frequently vandalized schools, and you have a catastrophe of grand proportion on your hands, as already highlighted by the MEC. Any optimism of aid from the National Treasury was dashed yesterday when MEC Nomsa Dube Ngube confirmed that KZN will not receive 1 billion rands. So that leaves the words of the Premier and that of the President quite hollow. And I hope that when MEC Mshengu heard this, he didn't literally fall off his chair. Infrastructure funding is grossly unfunded and it will take many years. And at the current pace, even if it takes about, it seems like it will take another 20 years before any measurable improvement will be seen. Scheduled maintenance will be significantly delayed, even if the norms and standards are diverted towards this. The consequence is that learners will not have a proper classroom to learn in many instances with the tools they need to produce the results we want. Again, what we want to see at the exit of schooling is a citizen that will be able to contribute towards the development of a capable and ethical state, not the estimated 100,000 people that are added annually to the unemployment list. What we have is what we've consistently called a cauldron of corruption, evidenced most recently through the hard work of the SIU as just one single example. Page 109 of the consolidated report is particularly damning. It suggests that the Education MEC has been trying every trick in the book to divert them from what they have found. And no matter what he tries, including trying to get them to bend through the state attorney, is a grand waste of valuable classroom funds instead of making sure that those that are implicated are held accountable. Senior officials, mind you, notwithstanding that they are junior ones as well. They remain at the helm. Pope Francis has said corruption is paid by the poor. And there's enough of this attempt to continue to justify that. It is about time that the hot air ends and the reluctance and stubbornness to do the right thing is put to a stop. Chairperson, members of the Portfolio Committee will recall our attendance at KwaNoktoi Primary School in Nongoma. I said to them at that time that it will be sufficient for me to stand up in this debate, mention the name of that school, and then sit down, because it is a microcosm of exactly what is happening in the rest of the department and in far too many schools. However, since there, I will need to spell out a few things. Broken infrastructure, corruption without consequence, and broken leadership at various levels are the likes of these things. I had 11 points to mention, but because of the time, I'll mention just a few. The real metric pass rate of 54.7% of the cohort, with 67,000 learners that dropped out, is increasingly worrying. The highest bachelor pass rate, as was suggested by the Premier, is not KwaZulu-Natal. That accolade belonged to another province. Learners in school in quintiles 1 to 3 are significantly disadvantaged by the massive shortfall in the shortfall in payments of norms and standards. While this department has presented projections of what that impact might be and the need for 1.4 billion rands, the reality is that the poorest of schools and the poorest of learners will remain disadvantaged. Number 3, this department is one of the highest contributors to irregular expenditure in our province with almost 8.5 billion rands. Without consequence, for we
Honorable members, is it me?
All of us are Samu's Ukeka.
Kodwa kubalulekile kakhulu.
Balulekile nathi siyafuna ukwazi.
Impela ukhika Samuzwa wemhlonishwa uNkosi. Order, Honorable Chairperson. We have lost the Honorable Kika, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson.
As far as Samuzwa,
I don't even think
We have lost you there. We can't hear you, Chair. We cannot hear Honorable Kika. We also cannot hear you.
it's not the mask, Chair.
No, khona bayivalile usound.
I
We can hear the chair.
I can't hear the chair.
Not
We
anymore.
have lost you, Chair. We have lost you in the chamber, Chair.
You can't hear me even now.
Yeah,
Yes,
now we can
now.
hear you.
Now we hear you.
Oh, okay.
Azima.
Are you hearing me now?
Very
Azima.
clear.
Hey, Mohammed, are
Yes,
you
Chair.
figuring out the problem?
Yeah.
Can you hear me
Ninga
now,
yenzi lento
honorable
Khawu.
members on virtual platform?
Yes,
Very well.
Yes,
Honorable
Chairperson.
Loud and
We hear
clear.
you clear.
Oh, no, if you hear me, you know, I'm just getting different messages and I can't hear all of you.
Ninga
I have
yenzi lento
been, I
Khawu.
have been
Ninga
told
yenzi.
that the Honorable Kika got cut off. The honorable members on the virtual platform could not hear him for 2 minutes. Yeah, that's what I wanted just to address so that I am seen to be impartial. So we are going. I hope he knows how far is this 2 minutes, you know. Yeah, I wanted to know. No, that's what I was told. I don't have. So, honorable members, that's what I'm going to do. I'm hoping that you are understanding me. Please be patient. I didn't understand. Honorable Kika got off to the members who are on this. No, you can't disturb me, Hlalo. And then Chief Whip, you can't. You can't. So, colleagues, we are very sorry about that. Honorable Kika, we are giving you back your 2 minutes. That was there, plus the 37 seconds that you were left with, according to what I was saying here.
It was a good prayer, yes. So, Chairperson, I was speaking about the insufficient relations with the private sector. And I said that, of course, when it came to PPE procurement and other procurement, there was no lack of cooperation with the private sector. It was very good, according to the SIU. And I say this very sarcastically. I received a presentation from the private sector and a private provider who was able to provide for free. And I say that again, yes, for free. Online lessons to learners valued at around 100 million rands. But he ran away from the department, I heard, when the brown envelope syndrome kicked in. We will set him up somewhere else where we know that nobody will ask him for that 100 million rands unless there is a prepared, the MEC can give us a commitment that he's prepared to directly engage with this gentleman. So I say the cauldron of corruption is hot. I also received a presentation from the education-based NGO regarding collaboration schools, and this is again related to relations with the private sector. There is a potential to save hundreds of millions of rands by bringing these people on board. I've raised this from this very podium severally. I'm optimistic that in the last portfolio committee meeting, at least there was a commitment from the new HOD that this might be a reality, and indeed it will help to replace some of the very archaic systems in place that are causing a big problem for this department, and which will certainly go a long way to improve progress in all the various areas. Chairperson, the compromised safety in our schools with murders and stabbings have recently become frequent. And then there are rapes and sexual abuse are commonplace. We have seen 29 incidents of sexual assaults in our special needs schools. And we have right here in the capital city allegations of 3 girls that were raped in one night in in Lynn Park School right here in the capital city. When we asked for the vetting process of educators against the Sexual Offenders Register and the National Child Protection Register, this was never done. Perhaps we could get a reason and answer as to why, seeing the increase in the name. This will go a long way instead of on a year-on-year basis of ignoring this call to have these vetted. We know that the non-teaching staff are vetted, but to a reasonable extent. However, we are well aware that teaching staff are not. Allegations of fraud and corruption that have resulted. I think my time is up. Thank you very much, Chair. We'll come back.
Bekuyisona obasisibuka la. Inkinga nje sihlupha yilokho. Oh, le ndoda engaphumanga. Honorable members who are on the virtual platform, we are sorry about that 2 minutes glitch. We hope it's not going to repeat itself. We are now continuing with our speakers list. We're inviting the honorable member who is allocated 9 minutes. And this honorable member comes from the Economic Freedom Fighters. That is Honorable N. Dlamini. I hope she is connected virtually. Honorable Dlamini. Is Honorable Dlamini N connected?
Mina bengakamboni uMama uDlamini sihlalo.
Oh, if she comes back, we are going to kick in the rules of the legislature as we outlined them in the morning. We are now continuing with our own speakers list for 8 minutes. Oh, no. Yes, for 8 minutes. There is a speaker coming from the African National Congress. This is Honorable NPF Mavuso. Honorable Mavuso, can you sanitize, please, while the honorable member is coming?
Honorable Chairperson, members of the Executive Council, and other members of the House, distinguished guests. Honorable Chair, this debate sits at a time when the Department of Education has gone all out in ensuring that the disastrous effects of the floods that engulfed our province do not disturb the core mandate of the department. The core mandate of ensuring that the teaching and learning and contact time is protected at all material times. Education is important for socio-economic development. It expands the skills, helps to improve the standard of living, and contributes to gender equality. In spite of the above advantages, access to education remains a test. Extreme weather such as heat waves, droughts, devastating floods, and tropical cyclones triggered by climate change pose material threat, destroying homes and damaging school buildings, as we have witnessed in our province. Floods left our learners being unable to access schools, affected family income, food, clean water, and led to stress and to an educational disadvantage. The ANC, Honorable Chairperson, appreciates the department for being proactive in ensuring increased access to schooling. The department ensured that learners are identified and exempted from wearing school uniform as the government is finalizing the issuing of school uniforms. The department has already made provisions of textbooks and stationery, as it is paramount that no learner is left behind due to their conditions. As the Sustainable Development Goals, the United Nations trusts that by 2030, all learners will complete primary and secondary school, though climate change may make this harder to accomplish. Equally, the ANC-led government has also ensured that learners remain in schools despite the changing climate and has called for the urgent need for adaptation measures and workshops on climate change. The ANC-led government has succeeded in delivering 74 mobile classrooms, and learners from inaccessible schools are receiving tuition in the neighboring schools. Honorable Chair, it is worth noting that our province was affected for only 5 days of the 202 school days in 2022. Still, the school management and the ANC-led government ensured continued support to schools for achievement of outcomes and the best learner attainment. Hlanu ohloniphekileyo, umbutho wabantu ukhongolose. Ukushayela ihlombe elikhulu ukusebenza kuyikhandla kwabafundisi ezikoleni bengalindele inzuzo. Ibonakala imiphumela emihle yangonyaka ophelile. Bayabonakala bengena ekseni ngovivi. Basale entambama. Abanawo ngisho amaholide ngenxa yokukhathalela ikusasa labafundi. Lokhu kushiya imibuzo eminingi ukuthi yini le eyenza ukuthi umnyango wezemfundo ungazivali izikhala ezivulekile na? Sikubona kuthatha iminyaka ukuthi izikhala zivalwe. Lapha sikhuluma ngazo zonke izifunda lapho izikhala zingavala nakuba zinesabelo mali zazo. Ngibala izifunda enjengokhincetshwayo, umlazi lapho izikhala zomqondisi zingavaliwe khona. Isifunda iZululand siyisifunda esibanzi kakhulu. Lesifunda siyisifunda ezintathu siyisodwa. Sinezikole ezingama-76 763. Kulesi sifunda kunomlekelelo yedwa, subject advisor wolimi lwesiNgisi, ezikoleni zamabanga aphansi ezingu-519. Ayibala-ke izikhala ezikhona ngaphakathi ku-district ezingavaliwe. Isifunda Majuba nezinye izifunda enjengomkhanyakude enezikole ezingu-552. Kunabafundi nje sihlalo hloniphekile abangakaze bambone uthisha. Izikhala eziningi ezifundeni zisemabangeni aphansi. Siyethemba umnyango uzoyibukela eduzane le ndaba. Honorable Chairperson, the non-filling of vacant funded posts leaves the disappointment and the fury at the doorstep of the Treasury, where requests to fill vacancies get rejected. Districts are working with skeleton staff where vacancies are more than the appointed personnel. Vacancies are across all sections in all the districts. The ANC is cautioning that this is leading to the collapse of the department. There is brain drain and loss of institutional memory as most experienced personnel leave the system and their posts are left unfilled. Workers are overworked, they are burnt out, frustrated and demoralized. The ANC therefore recommends that organized labor works together with the department and ensures safety and protection of the workers' rights and maintains labor peace. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, safe schools form part of the National Development Plan objective that says in 2030, people living in South Africa will feel safe at home, school and at work, and they enjoy an active community life free of fear. Violence, crime, drug abuse, bullying in schools remain a rising problem. Educators and learners get attacked and killed in the school premises. We are seeing a rise of learners violating educators at schools. Socialization and the absence of parents in the learning of their children remain a challenge. We call upon parents to take responsibility in raising their children and in instilling values of humanity and respect. We're calling for RCLs to be part of the school programs so that they take ownership and protect the fellow learners and the school property. The ANC applauds the department's operational plan of the SNES Directorate that focuses on the safe, secure school environment for teaching and learning, where My Life, My Future program is implemented. Honorable Chairperson, the ANC supports Vote 5, 2022-23 budget vote. I thank you very much.
honorable members, we are continuing with our work. We are now inviting the honorable member who is allocated 3 minutes. This honorable member comes from the National Freedom Party, and this is Honorable C.M. Shinga. For 3 minutes, honorable member.
Greetings, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable MEC, and all honorable members. We acknowledge the efforts made by the department to utilize its 2021-2022 budget through reprioritization to respond to budget pressures and priorities to ensure that schools were operational and functional, with importance of adhering to COVID-19 health and safety protocols. We are pleased to see the significant funds received by the department employment initiative, with the 1.5 billion allocated per year for the first 2 years of the MTF, and for the continued employment of 64,117 education assistants, classroom assistant, after school assistants, handymen, and youth care workers. Education infrastructure was severely affected by storms and floods in 2019 and 2020, causing damage to schools' infrastructure. However, we are happy to see an injection of 2.4 billion budget allocation towards the education infrastructure. Chairperson, although the department has a surplus of educators, there is still a shortage of educators for mathematics, physical sciences, technical mathematics, technical science, engineering, graphics, and design. We appeal to the department to fast track the ICT infrastructure and to purchase the IT-related equipment, and to upgrade the servers and data lines, and to introduce the two software systems, namely the e-submission and e-leave management systems, because if there is a delay, this will have an adverse impact on the appointment of educators, termination, leave submissions, etc. As these delays are the main contributing factor to staff debt, which stand at approximately 481 million. Honorable Chairperson, with regards to the coding and robotics project, we see only 6 district municipalities in which the project is piloted. We call on the department to introduce the project in other 5 district municipalities and to fast track the implementation of this project, as we move with the notion to enable and provide young people with the support to take charge of the future. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable MEC, and the House, the National Freedom Party moves to support the budget. Thank you.
Hey, I'm getting neutral namhlanje. Honorable members, we are continuing with the speakers list. In terms of my speakers list, the following honorable member to speak is allocated 3 minutes, and the honorable member is coming from the minority front, but I have been reliably informed that she tendered her apology. So this enables me to continue with the next speaker, which is the speaker allocated 8 minutes. And this speaker is coming from the African National Congress. And this is Honorable A.G. Mapena. Comrade Mapena is connected virtual. Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon to the Speaker of the House, Honorable Boyce, our Premier, in absentia, MEC Mshengu, our Honorable Chairperson Sonjipa, Honorable Members, your kind self, Chair, and our guests. Honorable MEC Mshengu, there is a beautiful quotation that resonates well with the sentiments I would like to share with you. Keep your fears to yourself, but share your courage with others. This is exactly what you and your department have done. You have been tested many times, given huge tasks and encountered challenges that were unforeseen. Yet you and the Department of Education took it with stride and displayed tremendous courage, which continues to inspire. I hope your party must and should be very proud of you. Our province has had its life interrupted in many ways, with the most recent being the floods. Your department was not spared yet again from being impacted by this catastrophe. At this point, I would like to pass my sincere condolences to the families that lost their loved ones. I would like to encourage our educators and learners to persevere under these trying times. Honorable Chair, we live in ever-changing times. Our society's evolution has almost become an event of an every day, every minute, and every second. Science, technology, engineering, and maths at the forefront and major role players in this incredible, fast-changing world. Honorable members, if South Africa is to adapt and be competitive in the fourth industrial revolution and meet its demand, our leaders, our learners, in fact, must do maths and science and technology. And if we want, as KwaZulu-Natal, to be leaders of this technological space, math, science, and technology must continue to be promoted and prioritized. Mathematics is known to be the gateway subject to many scientific and technological fields. These subjects are known to be stimulating for learners, giving them the ability to be analytical and have a logical approach in life. These subjects cannot be ignored. They remain imperative to the challenges we face as a world, including solutions to the climate change challenges we face. The popular view that these subjects are difficult has direct impact on the subject being undesirable to learners. It is time that we change this narrative and looked at these subjects rather as important, exciting, and necessary for the new world. Children must be encouraged to take these subjects to open them to opportunities and careers only we can dream of. It is therefore pleasing that the department has put in such an effort in promoting these subjects. Honorable Chair, I did see MEC having minor challenges with his billions at one point. Our grade 12 results in these subjects were below the target that the department had set out for itself. But we are confident that it's still possible to achieve, notwithstanding the challenges that the department faces, which includes the skilled educators, facilities, and other resources. The grant funding of 70,244,000, which is an increase by 4%, is welcome. This, though not sufficient, will surely take us a step closer to the desired outcome as outlined by the department in its own APP. We commend the department on its deliberate effort on focusing on improving reading for meaning, numeracy, and digital skills. The ability of learners to be able to properly comprehend what they read maximizes their ability to respond to questions with an understanding and will certainly contribute to our pass rate. It is for this reason, amongst many others, that the African National Congress unreservedly supports the promotion for reading for meaning program, and a program that ensures that the 10-year and older learners are able to read with meaning for both isiZulu and English. And we know that in no time at all, we look forward to the learners learning in their own mother tongue. As the African National Congress, we are pleased that the decision pronounced by President Ramaphosa in his SONA address in 2019 to move the early childhood development from the Department of Social Development to the Department of Education has been implemented. The conditional grant for the ECD of 187,203,000 is noted, however. However, we do have concern about the drastic reduction of what the grant was when it was under social development and what it is now under this Department of Education. In our view, this will not only create constraints on an already underfunded department, but will also hinder the very purpose and objectives of the ECD and the rationale of its shift to reside under the Department of Education. Honorable Chair, honorable members, we continue to encourage our parents, guardians, and responsible persons to ensure that our children between the ages of 0 to 4 are part of the ECD program and are not deprived from the opportunity of stimulating their minds and nurturing their young minds in preparing for primary school, secondary, and ultimately preparing them to better and greater heights and opportunity. The late urban poet from our province, Ricardo Mercado, fondly known as Ricky Rick, once tweeted, "Please believe in young people. Give them many opportunities as they need to prove themselves at any cost." The budget presented by the MEC on behalf of the department responds directly to this profound call and inspires hope for the young generation. To the MEC and the department, as they endeavor to march forward towards turning schools into innovative hubs for teaching and learning, remember the words of the great philosopher Aristotle: "The roots of education is bitter, but the fruit is sweet." We therefore wish you the best. As the African National Congress, we support you and will continue to play our role as mandated by the people of KwaZulu-Natal. At this point, Chair, I'd like to thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mapena. Before I call to the podium the next honorable member to debate, Chair is reported to have called the Honorable A.G. Mapena, Comrade Mapena. If that happened, this is withdrawn unconditionally, and we apologize for that. She is Honorable A.G. Mapena.
Yeah.
So, colleagues, we are continuing. In terms of my speakers list, I'm supposed to be calling for 3 minutes the debater from ATM, which is Honorable M.E. Pagati, and I have been informed that he apologized in line with the procedures of our legislature. That's why I then have to move on to the next speaker from the ACDP for 3 minutes, Honorable S.C. Mangele, and I'm also reliably informed that he has apologized in line with the procedures of our legislature. At this point, I would want to check if Honorable Dlamini is now connected. I was reported that she has got connection problems. So in terms of the rules, I have to call upon her to come in if the connection problem has been got done. But if she is not connected, I hope that she is going to apply the rules of the legislature for virtual meetings or hybrid meetings by submitting her speech to the administration so that it forms part of the record of this debate. Now I'm moving on with my own program. I'm very sorry to Honorable Kaula that I see there. There was something that I had to manage administratively. where the office of the chief whip indicated that the minutes of Honorable Kika are broken into 8 and 4, that 12 minutes. So Honorable Kika is invited to come to the podium to debate for 4 minutes. Yaxolisa Mhlonishwa uKhawula.
My glasses are 6 seconds.
No, can you continue, Honorable Ma'am? It's a Friday today.
It's a Friday today. Chairperson, to ensure that there is a proper accountability in this department and that the schooling environment is sound, as well as to curb what is perceived to be a stranglehold of some unions on this department, I welcome the new HOD's commitment during the last portfolio meeting into looking into the establishment of what we call a schools evaluations authority. This needs to be explored further, and I'm hopeful that I will be able to bring it back to the legislature in the form of a private member's bill. Hopefully it will pass muster. Also, when it comes to good governance, perhaps the MEC can tell us why there hasn't been an ombudsperson established in this department yet. This will fill a massive gap related to various complaints, investigations, and appeals. This office obviously will need to be properly capacitated and funded to do its work. Another way, in addition to collaboration with the private sector that I've already spoken about, and tightening fiscal controls, proper planning to spend grant funding, and suggestions to save money, is to immediately find a way to get rid of the screeners that are in schools at the moment. This will realize an immediate saving of 245 million rands, or at a pro rata rate. And it is indeed something that will bring money that can be used to produce a conducive classroom environment, especially even if it has to do with infrastructure. I'm worried that there is this reluctance to advance in this direction, and I look at the political leadership of the department to understand if it is carrying on because there is a patronage system in place that keeps people there instead of that money being diverted to learners. You know, to win elections inside and outside of the ANC, just like the NSNP. We know that in the recent past, we have increased our expenditure as a province on the development of education, but we are not seeing the corresponding improvement in the outcomes based on what we see. We can no longer have plans about plans and continue to throw money down a bottomless pit without committing to, number one, ending corruption in the department, number two, striving towards establishing an ethical state using every tool available to us, and number three, establishing innovative ways to ensure equity in education together with a simplified bureaucracy based on merit at its core and not cadre deployment as has been seen. At some point, we called upon the Premier to place this department under administration. Whilst the call may have been harsh, if it is implemented at some point as a tool to correct the matters that are ongoing in this department, it will go a long way. Some of which challenges continue to invade, if I can use that word, not pertaining to Ukraine, of course, but the realities of what is happening in this department. We must be able to hold the Premier to account from this podium to use this tool if it is needed, because if he doesn't, then all his talk about holding his government to be clean government that is accountable to the people and citizens of the province will be nothing more than sweet talk and rhetoric. And I think that the residents of the province have already caught up with this, and it was evidenced through the ballot box last year. Only 26 of the 54 municipalities remain in the governorate of the ANC, meaning that the Premier himself is the de jure Premier of the province, but not the de facto Premier of the province. A nation is great not by its size alone. It is the will, cohesion, and stamina, the discipline of its people, and the quality of the leaders which ensure it is an honorable place in history. This was said by Lee Kuan Yew. Let us live and strive for freedom, fellow members and people listening in our land, South Africa, and Nkosi Sikelel, Africa. Thank you very much.
DA Peten, KwaZulu-Natal.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. So we are now inviting the next speaker, which is allocated 8 minutes. And the speaker is coming from Inkatha Freedom Party. And this is Honorable
Danenko.
He is connected.
Angisakuzwa mphazami.
You have been invited, Honorable Member.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable MEC and Honorable Members, out of the provincial budget of 140.3 billion, education receives 57.4 billion, and this is inclusive of an injection of 1.8 billion for education budget pressures. The historical education spending in the province makes a very interesting trend, Honorable MEC, and the IFP calls upon the MEC to follow up on the figures provided to him by the Education Administration on this trend. In 2018-19, the department reported a total of 107,433 permanent posts on the approved establishment. The department ended up filling 115,000 posts, including provision for temporary appointments. The department had been allocated a total budget of 50.7 billion and spent 50.3 billion, recording an under expenditure of 639 million rand. Interestingly, this was before your time, Honorable MEC. In 2019-20, during your time, the department reported the same number of posts, 107,000. And the department was allocated a budget of 54.1 billion and spent 54.4 billion, recording an over expenditure of 225 million. Surprisingly, on the very same post-establishment figures as the previous year. In 2020-21, Honorable MEC, the department reported the same number of establishment, 107,000. The department was allocated a budget of 55.0 billion and spent 57.3 billion, recording an over expenditure of 978 million. Province had to look for projected under expenditure from other departments. This resulted in an injection of 1.1 billion, and the deficit was reduced to 254 million. In 2021, Honorable MEC, on the same number of 107,000 permanent posts establishment, the department was allocated 56.3 billion and spent 58.8 billion, over expenditure of 2.4 billion. Again, a provincial injection of 959 million reduced this over expenditure amount to 1.3 billion. Concerns arise amounting to questions. Why should the same figures of staff establishment allocated increased budgets during your time, Honorable MEC, subject provincial government to so much spending pressures, when before your time, the similar staff establishment of the department had in some financial years resulted in even under expenditure? If the figures we are provided with in the official documents are cut and paste, woe unto you. It doesn't make sense that staff figures remain the same, the budget increases, but the result is over expenditure, which was not there to your predecessor on the very same figures of the staff establishment. Your officials must explain this to you, MEC, so that in turn you can explain it to us. The department has a category of schools called Section 21 without Function C, Section 21 with Function C, and Section 20 schools. Section 21 with Function C schools have authority to procure their own stationery, their books, and other necessities on their own, following all the regulated governmental procurement procedures. In 2021, some schools which are Section 21 with Function C had their procurement powers hijacked by the department in the districts in favor of Ndabase. West was where Section 21 with Function C schools had already procured their goods, but were instructed at district level to abandon their orders and forcefully accept goods ordered for them by the department from Ndabase without them knowing. This is fraud, MEC. One needs to ask a question. What is with this Ndabase and the Department of Education? Who is this Ndabase? Who are these big guns up there in the high echelons of power who issue directives that make education officials to run around like headless chicken in favor of Ndabase? Kozwakala. Singatholi ngelinye ilanga isitori sikaNdabase sesiyinto esifanayo nalesi sikaGavin Watson. The PPN calculation for most schools in the province has continued to give wrong results. Some schools are either getting less educator allocations than they deserve, whilst others are getting more educator allocations than they deserve. This PPN miscalculation in the province may be one of the reasons that the department continuously finds itself in more abnormal spending pressures each year. In the department's reported turnaround strategy, amongst other things, the department says that it will shut down what is referred to as non-viable schools as the transformation of the schooling system. In 2019-20, the department reported 968 schools to be non-viable and earmarked for the program. In 2021, the department reported 931 schools. In 2021-22 again, the same 931 schools came back as is. I'm just mentioning this to show that this shutting down of schools, Honorable MEC, on the basis of the transformation of the schooling system is a non-starter. Honorable MEC, of course, the IFP has mentioned this before, that schools that shut themselves down for not having learners to be enrolled indeed need to be closed. But the department cannot go around threatening to shut down schools for decreased enrollments. People are migrating from rural areas because of the economic push and pull factors of settlement. Rural areas need not be punished through the shutting down of schools because of this phenomenon. The IFP is a protagonist for community education historically and for quality education to all post-liberation era, irrespective of the geographical location of our communities. This quality education will continue to dodge us in the rural areas and townships of our province if adequate financial resources are not provided to improve infrastructure and other educational amenities. Hence, the IFP welcomes the infrastructure budget allocated to education to improve conditions of schools in the province. We also welcome the ICT programs that the MEC has just reported today. Every year, the department allocates funds for norms and standards to schools in the province, let alone that the department has failed to conform to the nationally recommended figures in these allocations. One matter of grave concern is that the department does not seem to be having strict measures to monitor utilization of these funds and strict accountability measures for accounting officers at school level. The norms and standards are prone to abuse without any consequences. Some unscrupulous accounting officers are able to collude with fraudulent so-called service providers to illegally pocket this government money for themselves while schools are suffering and desperately in need of renovations. This is one other matter that the department must seriously look into, MEC. The COVID-19 pandemic that attacked humanity in 2020 around the world, the 2021 violent unrest in KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng, and the recent disastrous floods in April 2022 in KwaZulu-Natal have all laid bare the tremendous inequalities that persist in the provision of education in our country. During the trying times of these unfortunate circumstances, the schools in affluent areas attended by the financially and economically capacitated citizens were able to improvise and still offer teaching and learning without much disruptions to progress. Schools in mostly rural and township areas of our country where the financially and economically disadvantaged communities live were mostly affected educationally. This affordability gap in the provision of quality education must be closed, Honorable MEC. Angithokoze sihlalo Mphazima.
Siyathokoza nathi mhlonishwa.
Mhlonishwa MEC, siyathokoza baba.
Awungathi angisezwani nale mhlonishwa. Honorable members, we are now inviting the last speaker to debate in this debate. And this speaker is allocated 14 minutes. And she is coming from the African National Congress. And this is Honorable VP Kalusa.
Akuyona idela robbery mhlonishwa amavoti asibekela nawe ngelinye ilanga uma wenze kahle abantu basesifundazweni bayokwenzela kahle. Honorable Chair, ngikuzwile uzama ukuphendula ukubiza omunye umhlonishwa ngocomrade, kodwa ke ngithi angisho ukuthi indeed Honorable Mapena is Honorable Mapena of the African National Congress. Honorable Speaker and the Deputy Speaker, I saw them on the virtual platform. Honorable Premier Kuzini, who is also the chair of the African National Congress in KwaZulu-Natal. Chief Whip Ngamalala, Honorable MEC Kagwe, HOD Mapoloba, nabo bonke abomnyango hamba nabo. Honorable members, siyabingelela. I stand here today with a bit of a broken heart after witnessing the havoc that has been created by the disaster that we are still coming to terms with. I stand here today thinking of a teacher who has emptied chairs in her class ngoba izikhukhula zidlule nemphefumulo yabafundi. I stand here today, Honorable Chair, thinking of that learner who today is without a classmate and some without a deskmate. I stand here today thinking of those learners who are without a teacher. I stand here today with communities still coming to terms ukuthi kunamakhaya angekavuswe ngoba ubaba, umama nezingane badlule emhlabeni ngenxa yezikhukhula. Abanye abakatholwa. Bangayi imindeni yabo ingaduduzeka, imphefumulo yabadlulile ilale ngokuthula. Siyabonga futhi siphinde sincome izisebenzi zikahulumeni nabo bonke abalekelele uhulumeni basebenza ngokuzikhandla nabasaqhubeka ngokusebenza ngokuzikhandla ukuthi kulekelelwe ukutholakala laba abangakatholwa. Asiyibonge nemphakathi yakithi eqhubeka nokubambisana kulesi simo. Sibabonile omakhelwane bevula imizi yabo khuselisa omakhelwane abasale Dengwane. Indeed, umuntu ngumuntu ngabantu. That is why we continue to say as the African National Congress, we need to build better communities together. Sihlalo ohloniphekile, I would have responded to Honorable Kika on his continuous attempt to find the MEC guilty, but I choose not to, because that would be playing to the gallery like him and creating an impression that the MEC deployed by the African National Congress has something to hide. Korage, just like he has tried in previous times to tarnish the MEC regarding the PPE and was silenced by the SIU report, namhlanje he will be silenced when he reads the report he's referring to with understanding and not through his emotions. I would have also responded to Dr. Kika, who claims keeping screeners is an electioneering by the African National Congress. I mean, how do you respond to a doctor who is supposed to be in the front line of fighting COVID-19, being the one that is making a mockery of the same fight? I would have responded to Dr. Kika, who questions the motive behind ensuring that we provide food for kids who, some honorable members, rely on this school nutrition scheme for a meal. But again, I'm not surprised because this is coming from someone whose leader has made a mockery of our people when he spent just 2 nights experiencing or experimenting poverty. Ngiyafisa ukwazi mhlonishwa ukuthi wadlelani kodwa umfokaskiki. Honorable Kaula says his party is a protagonist for education. The honorable member has forgotten ukuthi silasi khona nje iyo le party yakhe eyasibeka la. Had they built better schools the first time around, we would not be now reversing what they failed to do when they were leading. Now, I really fail to understand ukuthi if that is true, why are we then eradicating these mud schools that you built with your party, Honorable Kaunda, when you had an opportunity to do so? Honorable Chair, asimbonge ungqongqoshe othunywe ukhongolose kanye nenhloko yomnyango abathatha isinqumo sokuvala izikole uma bebona ukuthi isimo sezulu sasingesihle. Angingabazi ukuthi ukuba babengakwenzanga lokhu ngabe konakala kakhulu. Siyazi ukuthi ke kunezikole ezidlule kumakhulu ayisithupha ezithintekile ngenxa yezikhukhula. Honorable members will remember ukuthi before this disaster came, it came at a time when the department was still navigating around the previous damages that were caused by previous storms. Siyathemba ke ukuthi uzoba khona uthasi ozovela kuhulumeni kazwelonke ukulekelela ukwakhiwa kwalezikole ngoba siyazi ukuthi umnyango waKwaZulu-Natal awuzokwazi ukumelana nalezi ndleko. Asiubonge ke futhi umnyango olidwa uMEC kaKhongolose ukuthi ukwazile ukuthola izakhiwo zesikhashana ukulekelela izikole ukuze zikwazi ukuqhubeka nokufundisa. Kodwa sihlalo yazi umuntu obhalele umama wami engimhloniphayo bakithi umama uMadlopa Mthetho kumele amxoshe Nkosi yami angaphinda amqashe. How do you give an elder belated stats Nkosi yami bakithi? Yebo ube khona umonakalo angiphiki. Kwaba khona izikole bekungakafinyeleleki kuzo. Kodwa mhlonishwa wami engimkhonzile sekusele sizodwa. C1 isikole ekungakafinyeleli ke kusona. So the belated stats that you proudly stood in this house and said, really mhlonishwa mxoshe lo muntu okubhalele ukuze angaphindi akugile. Kodwa ke asubonge umnyango ukuthi uzenzile izinhlelo zokuthi abafundi bakuleso sikole bakwazi ukufunda. Kanti sizwile ukuthi zenziwe nezinhlelo ukuthi labafundi abahlele emahholo bakwazi ukuthi baqhubeke nokufunda ezikoleni eziseduzane namahholo abasakhuselwe kuzona ukuze kube isikhathi la bekwazi ukubuyela ezikoleni zabo. This is but some of the measures that the ANC-led government has taken to ensure that abafundi abaphazamiseki. Indeed, we are a caring government. Chairperson, whilst we acknowledge that we can't blame anyone for a natural disaster, we must, however, state that this is a serious setback. It forces the department to suspend much appreciated journey of building even the specialized schools in different parts of our province, in particular, those previously disadvantaged communities whose children could not access specialized school before. We want to encourage the department and the government in general to never abandon this journey. It is a journey that creates future generations that will feel included. Yes, with the history of exclusion, honorable members, the department is doing a great job in creating future communities that are educated. We are pleased to hear that a contractor has been appointed to start with the construction of the maritime school under Umlazi district. This will go a long way in ensuring that we create generations who will tap into the riches of the ocean economy. Sihlalo wami ohloniphekile, whilst we acknowledge the backlog that comes with infrastructure in our schools, we can't turn a blind eye in the good work that the ANC government is doing. Siyamuzwa ungqongqoshe ezibala izikole umnyango azakhayo naqhubeka nokuzakha. Lokhu kuyasibonisa ukuthi uhulumeni kaKhongolose uyanakekela futhi uyaqinisekisa ukuthi wakha izikole ezisemazingeni aphezulu. Hayi lawa esawafica siwuKhongolose mhla siphatha lesi sifundazwe mhlonishwa uKhawula. Chairperson, I remember during one of the school functionality oversight program in Zululand, a member of the community pleaded with us when we were in that team to intervene in 2 special schools that were in dire need of intervention. Kuyajabulisa ukuthi zombili lezo zikole okuyiMusa Special School kanye neBawelile Special School zisohlwini lwezikole ezisoqhulwini ukuthi zakhiwe. Siyacela ke ukuthi umnyango uqhubeke nokunakekela abafundi abakhubazekile because siyazi ukuthi all children deserve to learn in a conducive and acceptable environment irrespective of their disabilities. However, Honorable Chair and the MEC, I must state, I often get disappointed when it comes to the employment criteria. We often require grade 12, which is the grade R to 12, and disregard the equivalent of grade R to 5 for learners with disabilities. So when it comes to employment, it's important that we accommodate the grading of our specialized schools so that they are also going to be part of the system, and it must start with government. Honorable Chair, the creation of schools that can teach robotics and ICT from the young age takes away not only dependency of those children on others, but it also takes South Africa and KZN in particular to a platform of countries like China, where technology is taught at a very young age. What is most pleasing to know is that it is the rural districts that are being prioritized. Sihlale sisho ukuthi okwenzeka ezindaweni zasemadolobheni kumele kwenzeke nasezindaweni ezisemakhaya. Kanjalo ke nengqalasizinda kumele ifane. Sithi ke qhubeka ngqongqoshe nethimba lakho ukuletha intuthuko nalapho ekwakungacatshanga ukuthi yokifike khona. We also welcome the tablets that are given to principals and agree with the MEC that this will go a long way in ensuring that principals remain within schools, within school premises. We must, however, request the department to work with Proctor and the network providers to ensure that there is proper connectivity within our schools. It will be pointless to give principal wasemshwanguzana secondary lapha emkhanyakude a tablet, but still expect her to drive almost 2 kilometers just for her to get connectivity. So it's important that all our schools get proper connectivity so that these tablets are then able to do imisebenzi ekumele iwenze. Honorable Chair, each time we visit schools, we are always worried when we see the state of our abolition facilities, some of them anyways. Whilst we have not achieved the complete eradication of pit latrines, we welcome the great improvement. We did say in the previous budget debates that chemical toilets are just a temporal measure. We are keeping a close eye on this project and remind the MEC of his commitment to completely eradicate pit latrines. Honorable Chair, izikole ezomphakathi ngakho ke ngeke siyeke ukunxusa umphakathi wakithi ukuthi unakekele izikole zawo. Ngakho ke ungathi umphakathi mawufuna izidingo bese ushisa isikole. Lokhu kubuyisela umnyango emuva ngoba le mali oyisebenzisa ukulungisa into eyenziwe ngamabomu ngabe ulungisa lapho kunesidingo khona. Asinqome abafundi basenanda esababuka kuma social media bevikela isikole bevimba amahlongandlebe ayezama ukuphazamisa ukufunda. Sithi ke umphakathi obambisene wenze njalo kanjalo nabafundi kumele bakwazi ukuthi bavikele izikole zabo. We also appeal to communities to remember that the meals provided for schools is for the benefit of their children, and stealing that food whilst vandalizing infrastructure will only disadvantage their children. Despite the criminal elements by some groupings and some thieves within our communities, the department must continue to improve the school infrastructure. That said, it is important to say to the Department of Finance that the Department of Finance must make funds available bakithi ukuze sikwazi ukuqhubeka nengqalasizinda. This would enable the department to build new schools and also fill posts where needed. Investing in the schools and children is equivalent to investing into a bright future for South African children, in particular the black child who by virtue of being born to mostly parents who have nothing equally face a gloomy future. Slalo, research has shown that a healthy body leads to a healthy mind. We welcome the government intervention in bringing back school sports. This must, however, go hand in hand with proper schools facilities. Izikole zabadla izambane likapondo zinayo yonke ingqalasizinda ukube eyenza kube lula ukuthi izingane zigcine zifika emazingeni omhlaba. Ngakho ke umnyango kumele wenze izimali ukuze uqinisekise ukuthi lolu hlelo liyalithola isabelo. African National Congress siyawabukela isabelo zimali zomnyango. Thank you very much.
No. I'll add, Honorable members, we have come to the end of those who are debating, but now we are inviting the MEC for Education in our province to respond to the debate for 20 minutes. Akuzosanitize ngaze ngimfake ngezifo. Manje mina ngihlala le kwindawo yazi izifo.
No, thank you, Honorable Chair and honorable members for your contributions. Chair, let me first agree with Honorable Sonjik and Honorable Hlongwa Mandala that the issue of non-filling of funded posts is a problem. We have raised it with Treasury. We remain firm that it doesn't make sense that a second manager will retire this month. And when we want to fill a post next month, we are told you can't fill it because there's no man. It doesn't make any human sense. So we hope that all the committees will help us to really deal with this matter, because it complicates our work and it impacts negatively on the performance of our learners. You need a teacher in class, you need subject advisors, you need circuit managers. We need these people in the system. And it's not that we are creating new posts. We want to fill those that have become vacant because of people resigning or because of attrition. So it's a battle which I think calls on all of us to then unite on it. The issue of Funza Lushaga, Chair, the allocation, our position in KwaZulu-Natal is that, and it's a position which we are in loggerhead with the National Department. Every CM meeting, we fight over this matter. Our view is that Funza Lushaga pesos, those that we can really prioritize are those that stick to what they were funded for. That's the first thing. Because it was meant for subjects that are of critical nature, your math, science. We also want to include technical subjects now. But what happens is that you find the educators getting this bursary, and then they change the subjects. They take LO, they take this and that. So changing what they actually applied for. And our position in KZN is that we are not going to prioritize those ones. But also, we find it difficult, Chair, to account to society. Why should we then advantage a learner or a qualified educator who studied through a government bursary over an equally qualified educator who studied through a loan, even from loan sharks, by the way? Even others had a qualification from parents who were struggling, who had to sell their cows and everything for them to be qualified. Now, a government of the people can then say, we accept that, but you are not our priority. So our view in KZN, our stance that everyone must be treated equally. Obviously, we will prioritize those of critical subjects like technical subjects because we have shortage of teachers in that regard. But those who change during the game, who change the rules during the game, will not really be prioritized. On the issue of a condonation from Treasury, it's another battle that we have as Treasury. Okay, let me start by saying, if members are able to read from at least 2019 onwards, the issue of irregular expenditure has been reduced gradually in the department. But we understand that we still have to get condonation from Treasury, particularly in regard to the previous years. What we are fighting with Department of Treasury is that they will, for example, want us to prove letters, to produce letters of either warning or discipline, even for people who are no longer in the department. Because the greatest or the biggest contributor to the irregular expenditure is NSNP. So there are people who did wrong things, but now they're no longer in the department. So how then do you follow them and things like that? And we've been saying this to Treasury. So I've said to the HOD, next week we must convene a meeting with the MEC for Treasury because I want to raise this thing. If it doesn't get sorted, I'm going to take it to the Executive Council to say, but we have done everything to get this condonation. If Treasury is not willing, it must say it in the Executive Council. Because we can't discipline people who are no longer in the department. How do we do that, Chair? It's not possible. So that's the issue that we should be following up. I think Honorable Mavuso, we agree with you around the issue of the parental involvement is key. Parents must take active interest in the education of their children, including, by the way, knowing what is in the bag of a child before he goes to school. What is in the bag when she comes back to school? Ufikile yini kona esikoleni? So these are basic things that we expect from parents. The issue of bullying is a concern. We're calling on schools to tighten their codes of conduct, including making sure that parents do sign when learners present themselves at the beginning of the year, so that everyone knows the real that schools are not places for bullying. Honorable Mapena, I think we can't agree with you more on the issues that you raised, particularly the need to get our learners to also study in their mother tongue, so that there's an understanding. Dr. Mthembu once related a story to me of a learner who wrote history and decided to answer it in isiZulu. And that learner passed with distinction. After a battle with Simmagel and Nomas Gamagel because upendule ngesizulu. But the issue was that upendulile, and what he responded to is correct. So we think we should really be able to move to that direction. Lele baloke mapena ke siyobuye silikhulume. I think Honorable Kaluza, I can't also agree with you more, including the responses you gave to Honorable Kika. We align with that fully. Now, let me deal with few issues, Chair. The issue of the belated state, thank you, Honorable Kaluza, for correcting that. But the issue, Honorable Mtetwa accuses us that because of incompetency, the department is lagging behind in terms of pit latrines, asbestos, and it caused the problem at anti-secondary. Now, at some stage, the IFP governed this province, starting from KwaZulu government. And from 1994 to 2004, the IFP was at the helm. They did nothing to eradicate pit latrines. In fact, they added on them. They did nothing to eradicate asbestos. They added on them. It's only the governments, the people's government, led by the ANC, that is able now to deal with this thing. And I'm sure, Chair, you will also realize what I'm saying, that it was the IFP government and the people's government led by the ANC. So you can tell who is on the side of the people. That is why we are now eradicating these pit latrines and asbestos. Honorable Kaula, I think we'll have to have a discussion on the statistics so that we avoid miscommunication around this. We declare what is in the organogram. Every year we do that, but not all posts in the organogram are filled. So as they get filled, they then affect the budget. But also the issues of inflation are taken into account. So if you want to compare what we are paying now with what was paid in 2018, 2017, it's unfair. It's really unfair. So we think that we just have to be patient and have a discussion with you around the statistics so that there's correct understanding. On the issues of Section 21, why schools were bullied, I will request that you furnish us with those schools that were bullied so that we deal with pointed information. This thing of seeing one school, of getting a complaint from one school and then make it a universal complaint, it doesn't help us. So I challenge Honorable Kaula to give me the names of schools that are complaining to have been bullied. But I also want to say, Honorable Chair, we are also taking keen interest in these Section 21C schools. And I said to the HOD, we must audit how they perform. Because honorable members, when they do school functionality, others come back and say, the stationery was not delivered in that school, a Section 21C school. And then as a department now, head office, we must account why stationery was not delivered there. So we can't be able to continue with schools that are not, giving them this status when they are not performing. We will not hesitate to withdraw it and make sure that we perform this function at head office for the benefit of our kids. Because we can assure you, Chair, there is no school that procures from the central system that we start with an academic year without it having proper stationery as well as textbook. But we always have problems with Section 21C schools. And now we're going to take keen interest on these ones, Honorable Chair. Again, the PPN it says is being mishandled. I would also prefer that he gives me correct and directed information, so that we are able to deal with these issues. On the closing down of schools, Chair, we only close a school because it is non-viable. And the school becomes non-viable because of a decreased enrollment, resulting from the migration of people. There were schools that were unfortunately closed down in KwaMashu and all of those areas. We have said we must reopen those schools. We must get the performance of those schools correct and reopen them. After reopening them, we must get the performance of those schools correct, because they were closed on the basis that learners left those schools based on poor performance. Now, we can't close a school in KwaMashu. That area is high densely populated. But in other areas that are affected by migration of people, we then are left with no choice, because you can't have a school that in terms of the PPN allocation is actually supposed to have 2 educators. Actually, what we are doing now is that over and above PPN, we are making targeted interventions in non-viable schools so that there is no subject that is left without a teacher. And those are the things that we're doing with as this department. Chair, let me come back to Honorable Kika, just to reaffirm what Honorable Kaluza was saying. Chair, when you walk around and tell people that you are a doctor, the first impression is that you are able to read for meaning. And Kika has not read for meaning the SIU report. There is nowhere in the SIU that says I'm trying to divert them. There is nowhere in the SIU that says I'm trying to interfere with our work. There is one issue which I'm going to confirm and explain it here, Chair. And I stand by my position on that one. Is a finding by the SIU which wants me to discipline officials for implementing a lawful decision that we took in a sector. What happened, Chair, is that in the COVID, during the procurement of COVID-19 essentials, or when we're preparing schools for opening for the first time under COVID-19, there was an intense discussion in the sector, which resulted in what we called non-negotiables. It was a list of them. Among the non-negotiables was that our schools must be cleaned on a daily basis. That was made public, applicable national. Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee were clapping based on those non-negotiables. Now, what we decided as the province of KwaZulu-Natal was that we're not going to outsource the issue of cleaning schools. We're not going to hire private companies. We're going to procure spray pumps and other materials and hire local people at a flat rate to clean schools on a daily basis. Now, what happens is that during the procurement of these things, we had to enlist a service of Department of Health to quality assure what we're procuring. Now, Department of Health sends us an assistant director, presumably with an expertise to tell us that this is quality, this is not quality. Now, this assistant director acts ultra vires. She sought to tell us what to buy and not what not to buy. She tells us that there is no need to clean schools. That's what she told us. And we said, but there's an agreement in the sector. She said, no, in terms of health standard, there is no need to clean schools. Hence, there is no need to procure these spray pumps. We told her that, no, we are not from the sector. You were enlisted only to tell us what is quality and what is not, in terms of what we are procuring, and whether it meets standards, not to tell us whether or not to clean schools. So we proceeded. because there was no way we were going to open schools without cleaning them, as per the non-negotiables. Now, the SIU takes a report from this official and then say the procurement of spray pump was irregular on the basis that we were not supposed to procure them because based on this official. The SIU does not find that there were irregularities in the procurement of spray pump. The report doesn't find that. It only says we were not supposed to procure them because the health officials have told you so. But what the SIU is not responding to, we asked them, then how were we going to support, how were we supposed to clean schools? We have not received a response on that. I met with Mr. Kosai, who heads the SIU in this province. I engaged him on this matter. He then said, no, MEC, we made the recommendation, it's up to you whether you implement it or not. I'm waiting for a legal opinion based on that meeting with Mr. Kosai. Because what I cannot do, Chair, and I want to repeat this thing, I don't mind if people think that, you know, sometimes we want to do things under the rush of becoming corruption pastors. I cannot, with clear conscience, discipline officials for implementing a lawful decision of the department. I am not going to do that, and I'm not prepared to do that. That I must be clear, Chair. You know, there are hard-working officials here who must be protected. This thing that everything that we must rush that whenever there's an allegation of corruption, even when it's not proven, we must rush to discipline people. I'm not in favor of it. And I'm not going to compromise the careers of these hardworking officials on the basis that I want to appear to be fighting corruption. There's no corruption in that finding of the SIU, and I'm contesting it. I will contest it up until the presidency, if need be, because I've asked the question, how were we supposed to clean schools? And that answer has not been given. Out of 19 officials that the SIU said we must discipline, all of them have undergone the undergoing the disciplinary processes. I think about 3 of them have been fired already. Others are in the process. We were delayed by the teams that were given by the Premier's office. We have even wrote to them to say, these teams are not moving, so we're going back to enlist the services of private people to run with these cases. But all those that the SIU said, all other findings of the SIU, we are implementing them without any issues. But I'm repeating this, Chair. I will not act on the basis of officials implementing a lawful decision. The national office, the minister wrote to them and the DG and said, but this was a decision of the sector. He wrote, there's documents to that effect, but they still expect me to proceed with disciplining officials on the basis, had they found irregularities in the procurement, that would have been another issue. But they are not finding irregularities. They simply said the official from the Department of Health said you must not buy this paper. Why did you proceed? But they are not responding why, how we're going to then clean schools and open them, by the way. So, Honorable Kika, let's really be good doctors in a true sense and read the report. But other issues, Honorable Chair, we have dealt with the issue of the irregular expenditure. I've dealt with the issue of the staff debt and how we are going to reduce it. It means, Honorable Kika, you did not understand us earlier on, because I spoke about the system actually that we have now implemented in Zululand and rolling it out to all other districts by the end of this year. Chair, the last one is that, you know, Honorable Kika calls me on everything that he sees. Even when he sees the principals going to church on a Sunday, he will say, does this principal have a permission to go to church? But he has never called me about this supposedly 100 million investment. It's the first time I'm hearing about it. It's the first time, which makes me doubt. I mean, we communicate with Kika, as I'm saying, that almost on everything. Even when the principal goes to church, he says, MEC, is the principal allowed to go to church on Sunday? You know. But it's the first time I'm hearing about this 100 million. And if there is indeed such a person, Honorable Kika, please bring him. We do need all the investments that we can get. Honorable members, thank you so much for your contributions. We will strive to make sure that we make this department a better department. for the benefit of our learners in particular, because we have a responsibility to build the future. And the future belongs to these learners. So we must do everything that we can to protect our learners. Thank you so much.
Siyathokoza mhlonishwa. Ngizokubamba wena
Umjopo tita.
Ade ngithi ngizokhokha le 2 minutes wakho honorable members, I think it is important for us to end this day by indicating the following. I wish to thank all of you for your cooperation during this debate. And we also wanted to draw your attention, honorable members, specifically to the votes that we are dealing with on Tuesday, the 10th of May, 2022. In the morning, we'll be having vote number 10, which is the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, as well as COCTA, vote number 11. That's what we'll be having in the morning. They are going to take place simultaneously, like the one that we are concluding at the moment. Then in the afternoon, there will be vote number 7 and vote number 9. The same thing will be happening. Honorable members, as we are concluding this vote, these votes on Tuesday, we are reliably informed that the Portfolio Committee on Finance is expected to table the report on the division of revenue bill, which is talking to these monies that we're talking about here, so that the KZN mandate is received by the NCOP. And that report is expected to be tabled exactly at 16 hours, 15 minutes and be debated and adopted. That's the final mandate that KZN will be giving, coming from the views of the whole contingent of 80 members of the legislature. So we have been informed that the administration, by around 2 o'clock, they would have given us the connection, those who are connecting virtually. Personally, I will be here because I'll be debating in COCTA in the morning. Then we will be ready to table the report in the afternoon. Once more, honorable members, we take this opportunity to wish the MEC for Education in KZN, who is with us at the moment. We also wanted to wish you, honorable members, who are here in this concluding debate, the officials of the government, both those of the Department of Education led by Honorable Mr. Ngobo, and those of the legislature who here are led by the gentleman next to me, and all the guests of the MEC for Education. So we are wishing all of you the safe journey back home. And we hope that you are going to rest over these 3 days when the legislature is not engaged. But ourselves will be researching for the debates. So thank you very much, honorable members. Sibonge kakhulu kinonke.
Akukho yini esilungiseleko no MEC mhlambe.